Meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 145, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, and pursuant to the House of Commons Order of Reference adopted on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024, Standing Order 108-2, the committee is meeting to discuss Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024. Before we begin, I would like to ask the members and others in-person participants to consult the cards on the table for guidelines to prevent audio feedback incidents from occurring. Please take note that the following preventative measures in place to protect the health and safety of all participants, including the interpreters. Only use a black approved earpiece. The former gray earpieces must no longer be used. Keep your earpiece away from all microphones at all times. When you are not using your earpiece, place it face down on the sticker placed on the table for this purpose. Thank you all for your cooperation. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to Standing Order 15.1. In accordance with the committee's routine motion concerning connection tests for witnesses, I'm informing the committee that all witnesses have completed the required connection tests. Yes, clerk? Yeah. Okay, and everything is good with that. So I would like to make a few comments for the benefit of the members and witnesses. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For members in the room, please raise your hand. If you wish to speak. For members on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your understanding in this regard. Reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. So I would now like to welcome our witnesses, and just before I say that, I do want to thank our clerks, Alexandre and Ariane, for their great work. It's been in really short order that they've been able to, gather all the witnesses to bring them all before us. So thank you very much for your tremendous efforts. So now to welcome our witnesses from the Desjardins Group, we have Vice President of Government Relations, Bernard Brun. Welcome. From the Canadian Health Food Association, President and Chief Executive Officer, Aaron Skelton. Welcome, sir. And lawyer and legal counsel for the Canadian Health and Food Association, Laura Gomez. Welcome. With us also is from the Mining Association of Canada's President and Chief Executive Officer, Pierre Gratton. Welcome, Mr. Gratton. And on that, we're going to start with your opening statements. We'll start with Mr. Brun for up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Bernard Brun, and I am the Vice President of Government Relations at Desjardins Group. Desjardins is the leading cooperative financial group in the Americas and the 7th largest financial institution in Canada with over $420 billion in assets. To meet the diverse needs of our 7.7 million members and clients across the country, we are active in a number of financial sectors, client and business services, wealth management, life insurance, and home insurance. Desjardins supports the initiatives that will allow us to better serve our members and clients as well in the financial sector. The objectives sought in the open banking framework seem to support this objective, and so we support the ultimate objective that is sought, and which is the establishment of this framework, which will allow consumers to control the sharing of their data. Unfortunately, the proposed framework suffers from a major structural flaw. Our current concern stems from the fact that the proposed framework is not limited to ensuring the adoption of shared technical standards for all financial institutions across the country, but also sets out a singular mandatory framework for federally regulated financial institutions and one that is optional for provincial institutions. But by the government's own admission, the sector covered is of mixed jurisdiction, and there will be an overlap of the frameworks between jurisdictions that fall more under provincial jurisdiction. Although the adoption of the framework is theoretically voluntary, they will have no other choice but to adhere to it because of competitiveness and risk management reasons. So the current bill, as I said, has a major structural flaw, and this must be corrected as quickly as possible. The government must avoid getting off on the wrong foot in order to remain relevant for consumers and all of the financial sector and consumers. As a financial institution of importance, we have the majority of our activities fall under provincial jurisdiction. This overlap between the federal and provincial frameworks is counterproductive and harms competitiveness. The adoption of this bill in its current form might undermine the confidence of users, which is a crucial component for the success and proper functioning of the proposed system. A two-speed system will disadvantage consumers and will represent an obstacle to a cohesive experience for consumers, will limit competition, and will undermine the credibility of the initiative. The Desjardins Group supports the establishment of a framework that will allow the consumer to control how their data is shared. In order to do this, corrections need to be made quickly to the governance and structure to maintain momentum and avoid future delays. Under these circumstances, committee members, we are asking the government to withdraw Section 16 of Part 4 of Bill C-69 and to make it an independent bill so that the proposed framework can benefit from in-depth analysis, allowing all stakeholders affected, the public sector, and provincial and governments and authorities can be consulted in order to create an aligned vision and a shared understanding of the system. Thank you for your attention. I would be pleased to answer your questions. Thank you, Mr. Brun.
Now we'll hear from the Canadian Health Food Association. I believe it's Mr. Skelton that will be delivering remarks. Yes, please.
Bonjour. Thank you, Chair and members of this committee for having me here today. My name is Aaron Skelton, and I'm the President and CEO of the Canadian Health Food Association, a trade association representing natural health, organic, and wellness products in Canada. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak before you today, not just on behalf of our member companies, but on behalf of the 82% of Canadians that use natural health products as part of their health and well-being. The core concern I am bringing to you today is regarding Health Canada's continued abuse of parliamentary process. Health Canada has introduced significant amendments to the laws governing natural health products through budget omnibus bills in both 2023 and 2024, rather than following parliamentary process. This has undone the hard work of prior legislative reviews conducted by previous parliaments and the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health. In Budget 2024, current amendments to the Food and Drug Act, as included under Division 31 of Bill C-69, has yet again caught an entire industry completely off guard. For the second time in as many years, Health Canada has attempted to evade proper parliamentary process, including scrutiny by the Standing Committee on Health and consultations with industry to achieve their desired outcome with zero checks or balances. The amendments they seek as part of Division 31 are extremely powerful, and however altruistic the intentions behind it are framed, the implications of such broad sweeping changes demand proper study and regulatory rigor. As mentioned, this same approach was taken in 2023, when Division 27, Part 4 of Bill C-47 shockingly changed the definition of therapeutic products to include natural health products with no scrutiny, public analysis, or industry consultation. The lack of transparency and the unintended consequences that came from a blatant disregard of due process have resulted in a private member's bill, Bill C-368, that just this week passed second reading with support from all opposition parties to repeal this amendment. While a step in the right direction to course correct a sneaky tactic, once an amendment has passed, it is no easy feat to undo what was inappropriately done. The need for industry and consumers to voice their concerns on important regulatory and legislative matters is paramount, a requirement that is crucial to the development of fair and appropriate regulations. The potential impact of unchecked powers is not a hypothetical one. The current cost recovery proposal for NHPs, the outcome of such ministerial powers, has already created a staggering and untenable situation for companies across our sector. Today, we are back to ask this committee to not let history repeat itself. To be clear, we represent the natural health product industry. We do not represent any smoking cessation or tobacco products. We are here because over the course of the past 2 years, our trust in Health Canada has been eroded. We have faced multiple regulatory and legislative changes that have serious consequences on an industry and on Canadians. If Bill C-69 passes and this amendment goes through, health products, natural or otherwise, will be left to face broad sweeping powers from a minister that will have the ability to issue orders without following the Statutory Instruments Act. As a first of its kind, we have no visibility into the evidence required to support an order, and we will be left in the dark as to whether or not these powers can override department-issued licenses, such as those granted by the Natural and Non-Prescription Health Directorate. As an industry, we continue to support regulation and legislation that protects Canadians and is developed in a transparent, responsible, and appropriate manner. Regulatory amendments pushed through omnibus bills do not reflect this value. Today, we ask this committee to consider removing Division 31 from this act. This committee amended the budget in 2017, and we urge you to consider this precedent here. The restrictions Division 31 places on health products, including natural health products, have consequences beyond what the current Minister of Health has communicated. With the power of this and no due process, Health Canada has made themselves the judge, the jury, and potentially the executioner. We cannot understate the need to approach regulatory changes of this nature and this magnitude in the proper way, with study, analysis, and consultation. I thank you again for your time, and I am happy to answer questions you might have.
Mr. Skelton. And now we'll hear from the Mining Association of Canada and Mr. Grattan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin people. I appeared before the Senate Energy, Environment and Natural Resources Committee on Tuesday as part of its pre-study of amendments to the Impact Assessment Act contained in this bill. MAC Senate Committee brief has been submitted to your clerk for distribution, so expect that soon. Today, I will focus my remarks on two aspects. The first is the proposed Clean Technology Manufacturing Investment Tax Credit, which even as an acronym is a mouthful. The mining sector welcomes the government's efforts to build a critical minerals value chain and sees what has been described as a generational opportunity for Canada. The tax credit, if expanded and implemented correctly, could secure Canada's place as a reliable, responsible, critical mineral supplier to our trading partners and the North American supply chain that is getting built. In its current form, however, it falls short to properly tackle the major challenge facing industry, which is having enough critical mineral supply to feed the various supply chains. It will thus not achieve our national objectives to attract the necessary significant capital investment to support our energy transformation and security. We have seen lots of news about new investments in battery plants and electric vehicles. We have read a lot about Canada's and the West's exposure to China's market dominance in metals and how critical minerals are needed to fight climate change and support the energy transition underway. However, unless we secure the right conditions to enable the industry to produce additional tonnages of nickel, cobalt, copper, lithium, and rare earths, as well as find, permit, and build new mines, we will fail to address both challenges. In fact, the new automotive investments we've attracted to Canada will be forced to rely on foreign imported feed sources, leaving Canada at greater risk of increasing its dependence on China. The past 2 decades have seen a sharp decline. Oh.
apologies for that, and apologize, Mr. Grattan. Please continue if you want to go back a little bit, and we did stop the time, and we'll even add time if needed. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was just at the point of talking about what's happened over the last 20 years in the metals business, and I think it's important to note that we've seen sharp declines in Canadian production of key battery metals, including nickel, which is down 60% in the last 20 years. We used to be a top two producer, the top two producer in the world. We're at sixth. And cobalt. Our only lithium mine is Chinese percent in the past 20 years. We clearly need to turn this around. The tax credit could help. And my members, which include global leaders in critical mineral production with Canadian operations, are readying their respective project portfolios. I would stress to the committee that it's a tax credit, not a subsidy. ITCs function like rebates, and they apply only after investments have been made. These potential investments would create jobs and economic activity benefiting employees, communities, Indigenous rights holders where they operate, as well as Canadian suppliers. We have two concerns with the CTM ITC as proposed. First, it's too narrow in scope. It will cover certain vehicles and equipment purchases, which on average only account for 10 to 15% of new mine expenditures. You have to keep in mind that where we need to increase production in the short term is at existing mine sites, and they already have fleets of equipment in place. So the benefit of this tax credit to those in the short term is much reduced. So we encourage Finance Canada to expand the ITC to include all mine development related costs. Mine development expenses are not a blank check. They are laid out specifically in the tax code. They require the private sector, not taxpayers, to invest billions to get more critical minerals out of the ground and then get a credit for it. This will help industry in Canada turn the dial and get the necessary critical minerals into our supply chains in the short term. Just to illustrate, one of our members has said that they have 3 potential new nickel project expansions that, if built, would increase their total Canadian production by 60%, which is huge. One project is likely to proceed regardless. However, the value of having an enhanced tax credit would put the second and third project into play. We thus welcome the decision by Finance to continue to consult on this proposed tax credit over the course of this summer, an indication, we hope, of some openness to get this right and make sure that the tax credit does the job it is intended to do, which is to incentivize the development not just equipment, but of new critical mineral mines. Our second concern was an original proposal to limit eligibility to projects containing 90% or more of critical mineral production. Canada is blessed with polymetallic deposits, which means we typically find copper with molybdenum and gold. Neither of these metals is on the list of metals eligible for the tax credit. The vast majority of copper mines and projects, including some of the most advanced, like Galore Creek in British Columbia, have less than 90% copper. Now, Finance has listened to us, and Budget 2024 has proposed to eligibility, a change to eligibility to 50% or more of the financial value of the output that comes from critical minerals, and we welcome this news. Lastly, I want to comment on the renewal of the mineral exploration tax credit. Unfortunately, while renewed in late March, the increase in the inclusion rate for capital gains in Budget 2024 significantly weakened the value of the METC, and I have a feeling many of you are not aware of that. The METC raises 83% of all equity for exploration and development, and charity flow-throughs represent 89% of that 83%, or $1.2 billion in 2021, most of which was directed towards critical mineral exploration. The junior exploration sector is thus almost entirely dependent today on the METC. If the rules introduced in the budget are not changed, we estimate a significant drop, possibly as high as 75%, in exploration and development investment starting on June 25th when this comes into effect. We have raised these concerns with Finance and are providing them with information they need to conduct an analysis of the impacts and possible remedies. We believe there are solutions, and conversations have been positive. We are hopeful Finance will act on this matter very soon so we don't compromise this year's exploration season. If not, Budget 2024 will deliver a major blow to mineral exploration at a time when we and our allies are counting on us to find more mines. I hope we can count on this committee's support for the issues I've raised today. Thank you and happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Grattan, and I'm sure the members have many questions for all of you. The first round, each party will have up to 6 minutes. We are starting with MP Calkins for the first 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask my questions to the Health Food Association. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to be clear about one part of your presentation where you said Health Canada snuck these changes in Bill C-47 and Bill C-69. Actually, Health Canada, when they appear at Parliament, sit exactly where you're sitting right now. So actually, it would be the Health Minister advising the Finance Minister to put these changes in this piece of legislation. Health Canada wouldn't be able to table any legislation at all. It's MPs and ministers and the government that tables these things. But I want to talk a little bit about the Health Minister's defense of using C-47 and now C-69. And claiming that they need powers to stop, I think, a particular example of a product that they're talking about. So I want to go through the current set of powers that Health Canada has. Does Health Canada currently have the power to issue a stop sale on any natural health product in Canada?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I will pass that off to my colleague, Laura Gomez.
Yes, Health Canada has the power.
I've got a lot of these, so
yes.
It's just yes or no. So they
Yes.
already have the ability. Okay. Do they have the ability to stop personal use imports at the border if they wanted to through CBSA?
Yes.
Do they have the ability to seize any product that they deem necessary in order to carry out their duties and functions?
Yes.
Do they have the ability to revoke a site license for a manufacturer of natural health products?
Yes.
Do they have the ability to revoke a site license for a packager or labeler of natural health products?
Yes, a site license packager or labeler.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do they have the ability to revoke a site license for an importer, such as traditional Chinese medicine importer or anybody else for that matter?
Yes, they do.
Do they have the ability to mandate a label change, for example, adding health warnings to any natural health products?
Yes.
Do they have the ability to inspect any site license for any manufacturer, packager, labeler, or importer of natural health products?
Yes.
Do they have the ability to inspect any product by taking it off the shelf and sending it to a lab for an analysis?
Yes, inspectors have those powers.
Does Health Canada actually approve every natural product, numbered product in Canada?
Yes, they have a licensing process for all natural health products.
Do they have the ability to revoke any natural product number in Canada?
Yes, there are procedures to do that under the natural health product
That
regulations.
is an immense amount of power. So basically, with the list that I've just said here, the Health Canada already has the power, and they can request a recall if they want to as well, and I'm sure the industry complies whenever that's asked. Is that correct?
As far as we know, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So this is a solution in search of a problem. So if it's clearly not about power, because there's immense power. Health Canada already is the agency. You said that the judge, jury, and execute. They're also the police. They already have the ability to police this industry through all the powers that I just outlined. These are massive powers. So it's not about power, because they already have the powers to stop any product from being on the shelf, really, if they wanted to. Yes or no? Yes. And they have the ability to stop anything at the border if they truly wanted to. Yes or no? Okay, so if it's not about power, it's obviously about something else. It's about money. And the self-care framework that is going to follow from this is going to do what for adding fees to the industry? Can you talk about site licenses and product fees and what's coming? What's the plan?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I think what you're referring to is the proposals with cost recovery. And I think where we connect the dots on this one is what we've seen with cost recovery is an example of unchecked powers from the minister. They've gone forth and proposed a cost recovery plan where they did not complete a gender-based analysis, they did not complete a risk-based analysis, they did not consult with Indigenous communities, and that is what we are grappling and the industry is reeling from today. So the threat of a minister with powers that did not go through proper parliamentary process and did not go through proper due diligence is real for this industry. As I stated at the opening, it's not hypothetical. This industry is dealing with it today, and that is why we've seen the groundswell from Canadians. You know, these are products by 82% of Canadians. Over 95% of Canadians deem natural health products as licensed by Health Canada as safe, and that is why we've seen the success of our Save Our Supplements campaign.
Many businesses are claiming that they're going to shut down their operations here in Canada and move to a regulatory and less expensive jurisdiction. Will that make Canadian consumers safer, or will that do more for consumer protection or less for consumer protection, given Canada's regulatory framework versus where certain products are imported from? What's your opinion on that?
We believe that it is in the best interest of Canadians to have products that are reviewed and licensed by Health Canada. Unfortunately, with all the proposed changes, what they have not addressed is the importation from international markets, all which are unregulated and unmonitored by Health Canada. So by limiting the Canadian production of compliant companies and compliant products, we're really pushing Canadians to purchase from unregulated and unmonitored markets, which we feel is a detriment to Canadians.
So that's counterproductive to actual consumer protection.
Correct.
Okay. Is it true that there are several jurisdictions and states in the United States of America that are currently courting businesses in the natural health product space, knowing that this regulatory change is coming?
We are aware of several states which have reached out to our member companies directly, proposing reduced tax incentives, and at least 2 of our member companies have made the decision to relocate to the U.S.
Are you familiar with the traditional Chinese medicine and other traditional medicines from other parts of the world and these organizations as part of your organization? What are they saying to you?
They're extremely concerned, and to be blunt, they're feeling quite hopeless in the future that they see in being able to provide these products to Canadians. The conditions are just so detrimental to them that they don't feel it would be viable moving forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, MP Calkins, and now to MP Baker for the next 6 minutes, please.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you all very much for being here today. I'm going to direct my questions to Mr. Skelton. And Mr. Skelton, it's great to see you again. Mr. Skelton and I have had a number of meetings on the topic we're about to talk about, and you have spoken about in my constituency office. Mr. Skelton's a constituent of mine, so it's great to have you here from Etobicoke in Ottawa. And thank you for your advocacy. I just want to take a step back for common understanding of the folks in the room, but also for the Canadians that are watching this. Are natural health products sold in Canada safe?
I appreciate the question. They are safe. And the reason we say that is Health Canada currently has a very robust regulatory framework. All products that Canadians see on shelf with a natural health product number have been reviewed by Health Canada. All the scientific evidence, any concerns with ingredients, contraindications are reviewed and approved today by Health Canada. At any point in the life cycle of a product, when it's already on shelf and already in market, Health Canada can request additional information, additional scientific review if they so choose. And I think, as we've already outlined, they have the tools to remove those products that they deem necessary. So Canadians should have a very high degree of confidence, and this is why Canada is seen as or had been seen as a world leader in how we address and how we regulate natural health products.
Have there been problems that have arisen, like that Health Canada is trying to address here that need to be addressed?
Yeah, I think this would speak to one of the concerns that we've got is Health Canada has made some recent attempts to denigrate and demonize the natural health product industry with comments around safety that are yet to be founded in fact. In recent Standing Committee on Health, they have raised some concerns around safety and certain statistics. When we've requested and when the committee has requested the backup for that information, they have been unable to supply that. So there are issues raised by Health Canada, but they're unfounded and they have yet to be substantiated.
So then, if that's the case, then why do you think these changes are being proposed?
I wish I had a simplistic answer to that. To answer it with a couple different points, I think our concerns is these changes will lead to unchecked powers of the minister. And those unchecked powers have some significant implications. And we're living that through cost recovery right now, where industry isn't consulted, where Canadians aren't listened to in their concerns on how they choose to access these products and how they choose to incorporate them into their lives. And it's resulting in a extremely concerning impact to the small, medium, and micro-sized businesses that we represent. The vast majority of businesses in this category are small, with over 80% of them falling into that category. And I think that's why we've seen the groundswell from Canadians who, in the millions, have sent in, and I'm sure many of you here today have received cards from your constituents with concerns about the impact of the changes that have been proposed. So that is the basis for the concern.
Is there room for improvement in how we regulate natural health products in Canada? Like, is there? I'm not talking about, like, without getting into the specifics of what's specifically being proposed. I'm just taking a step back. Are we? I know you've talked about. You've sort of stated your position on Canada's regulatory regime as it stands today. But is there room for improvement, I think, is my question.
Yeah, I think even in a world-class system, there should be continued review and scrutiny on what improvements could be applied. I don't think we're opposed to those discussions, but those discussions should be transparent. They should be done through proper analysis. They should be done through proper debate at committee, all of which has not taken place here. So as an industry, we believe that the safety and the efficacy of these products is of the utmost importance, but achieving improvements are not done through omnibus bills. They're done through proper debate, which has been excluded in this process.
But if we had, like, let's say we had that the debate that you're describing. Like, I'm not opining on what that debate should look like, but let's just I'm just taking your testimony at face value. So let's say we had that process that you're describing. Like, are there specific things that you would say, okay, look, these are things that can be improved upon one way or the other?
Yeah, I think there's some work that could be reviewed around the lower risk categories of products and how those are reviewed, some redundancies in the system that exist today, some overlap between different departments, some additional work that could be done on proof of evidence that comes through some of the work that is done by Health Canada. So there's always ways to streamline the system. I think there is some inefficiencies currently in the system, which is one of our bigger concerns with the cost recovery process, is it doesn't account for the necessity of some of those improvements. We live in a modern world, and we're not embracing some modern solutions to some of the administrative works that happen. So there will always be opportunities for improvements.
Chair, what's my time?
You have 20 seconds.
20 seconds. I think I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you, MP Baker. And now to MP Saint-Marie, please.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Hello, colleagues. Thank you to all of the witnesses for joining us and for your testimony. We see that there are some very concerning issues on 3 completely divergent issues. The majority of my questions will be for Mr. Brun from Desjardins Group. Thank you for your testimony. You are suggesting that you withdraw a section of the bill to avoid a false start. Why, in your opinion, is it important to adopt an open banking framework? Thank you for the question, sir. Well, it's essential because currently we need to know that what we call open banking already exists in actuality. It's simply not subject to a framework. So we want to understand how you could be exposed and how Canadian consumers could be exposed to risks. It's important that there needs to be a framework that will also encourage innovation. And Desjardins Group is fully in favor of that innovation, and I think that all of the financial sector is as well. Now, the success of the framework will depend on the adoption. People need to adopt this new framework and use it. And they will use it if it is safe, if it is accessible, and if it offers the best conditions. Currently, the foundations proposed in the bill say, well, we will establish a framework that applies to federally regulated financial institutions, but then there will be an opt-in that will perhaps create double regulation, and that's counterproductive. Provincial financial institutions will be facing a real dilemma. Either they adopt it and they ask to be accredited at the federal level, and then they are disadvantaged they're not on a level playing field. It's really a matter of everybody needs to be on the same footing at the beginning, or they need to withdraw from this. If they withdraw from it, that means that there's screen scraping So that means that there are entities that will seek out data within financial institutions without following the rules and the framework, and that can result in risks. So it's really important to have a framework that can be developed, but that is built on a solid foundation. I will wrap up on this. We would invite all committee members. You certainly have provincial financial institutions in your ridings in Quebec and in all provinces in Canada. Ask them what they think about this. How do they see this framework? And how do they feel about double regulation? Do they think that they are equipped to really benefit their members and their consumers? Thank you. The framework as presented by the Minister of Finance, if it is adopted, what would be the impact on Desjardins members? The decision that was made by the government was not fully explained. I know that the FCAC was designated by the government, and they'll come and testify before you. I invite you to ask them some questions about where this decision comes from to send the responsibility of the framework to that agency. It doesn't really have expertise on it either. It doesn't have expertise on cybersecurity and data management. So for Desjardins Group, particularly in provincial institutions, we are finding ourselves in a situation where there's a double regulation. And so what we're doing, competitiveness will be harmed and risks will increase for clients and members of a financial institution that falls under provincial jurisdiction. For us, the solution is very simple. It is really to withdraw. It's not a large bill in the scale of the omnibus bill. We're talking about 12 or 13 pages, but take the time to discuss it and align it with provincial counterparts so that we can ensure that it applies to everyone. We fully support an innovative framework that will have guardrails and allow us to create a safe situation. Otherwise, it's a bit of a Pandora's box that will be opened. That's concerning. During the testimony in the Senate on this bill, governance was talked about a lot. Why is governance so important? They're the very foundation of the financial system. That's what decides how we establish standards, yes, but also how we manage security and act within all of the financial institutions. In Canada, we have a federal system which has its advantages and its disadvantages. Currently, the approach is very limited. We have an approach that says, well, we'll establish a framework for federal institutions and come join us. So it's a framework that's partial and imperfect, and it exposes us to a lot of risks in the financial network. We need solid foundations. I would remind you, discussions have been ongoing for years on this, for 6 or 8 years now. A few weeks more won't make a big difference. We know that this is the second budget omnibus bill and is coming in fall, and I think we need to get things right. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Now to MP Davies, please.
Thank you. Well, just at the outset, I would just like to note that the witnesses are commenting on, I think, an important theme about the problems of omnibus, the use of budget bills for omnibus purposes. This was used extensively by the Conservatives under the Harper government, who brought in very, very large omnibus bills, making the Finance Committee have to deal with issues in everything from the regulation of waterways to health products, and those issues were not able to go to the right committee or to bring the right stakeholders before to fully scrutinize them. I think in 2015 that the Trudeau government promised that they would not use omnibus bills, and here we are today in 2024 with the same problem. So I think that's an important structural observation that I think needs to be put on the record, and every government of every hue needs to, I think, pay heed to this because it's problematic from a legislative point of view. Mr. Skelton, I think I got this answer, but I just wanted to ask you, Did Health Canada consult with the Canadian Health Food Association or its members on the proposed changes to the Food and Drugs Act in Division 31?
No, they did not.
Now, yesterday at this committee, the Associate Assistant Deputy Minister of Health Canada's Health Products and Food Branch said that the Supplementary Rules Authority proposed in Division 31 is, quote, really for those situations where there's intentional misuse or diversion of a product to a use that's completely outside of health. Two quick questions on that. Does Health Canada not have the power to deal with that situation now? And second, is that how you interpret this section of the legislation?
Thank you for the question. I will defer to Ms. Gomez.
Thank you. Currently, to answer the first part of the question, currently Health Canada does have powers under the licensing for natural health products to include information about the safe use of products. That includes statements such as for external use only, for a product that is not intended to be ingested, or for products that should be kept away from children. On the second part of the question, the interpretation of this section is concerning because of some of the exemptions that have been included in the drafting. And while the statements from Health Canada express their intent, that intent isn't written in the legislation itself. The legislation itself is much more broad. It talks generally to unintended use, and then it also allows for an exemption that if Health Canada has any uncertainty respecting the risk to health and safety about that unintended use, that they can nonetheless still make an order. So that takes away a lot of the scientific scrutiny and rigor that would normally be applied to the use of such powers.
Mm-hmm. Now, looking at the actual sections of this division, I want to zero in on the test. It says, subject to any regulations made under paragraph 31J1, if the minister believes that the use of a therapeutic product other than the intended use may present a risk of injury to health, the minister may, and then of course it's established rules on the conditions. I'm just wondering how you feel about the subjective belief test. Do you think that that's a proper and appropriate measure that would apply to potentially removing products away from consumers, or should there be some objective standard imported into that section?
Anytime there's a subjective provision in legislation, that is problematic because it is interpreted to be the intent that the legislation is permitting someone to make a subjective determination. In this case, it's particularly concerning because of the exemption for uncertainty. So that means that if there is uncertainty as to whether or not there even is a health risk, that someone could still make a decision that would have very sweeping powers, and in fact a decision to control or remove a product from market where that product has already gone through the proper regulatory approval process that's already provided for in the regulations.
Would you support an amendment to the section, or would it give you more comfort? I understand your position is to delete the section, but if it were to be there, if the section were amended to provide a condition of reasonable grounds, so for instance, if the minister believes on reasonable grounds that the therapeutic product, would that give you more comfort?
In that provision, yes, but I also think that the subsection on uncertainty, again, is very problematic because even if that provision says that there's reasonable grounds, those reasonable grounds can be based on uncertainty, and that uncertainty can mean that there is no actual risk to health and safety.
I was speaking with traditional Chinese medicine practitioners this week who make extensive use of herbal-based compounds. They are also most concerned that these sections are so broadly defined that they could be used to restrict their prescribed treatments. Have you had any conversation or do you have any input connection with the traditional Chinese medicine community?
Yes, we have spoken extensively with that community. I think you're representing, similar to our conversations, their deep concern. I think any class of products that is used in such a based on such a traditional modality and application and base of use, would see these as particularly troubling.
You know, I think listening to media and listening to Health Canada yesterday, it appears that what Health Canada really wants to get at are two things. They want to get at the use of nicotine pouches and the misuse of the tobacco industry. Instead of using them for smoking cessation, sort of marketing them or allowing them to be sold to children for recreational use or young people. And the second thing is, I think, when we had a shortage of infant formula, and I think we had that for children's pain medication as well, would you support targeted amendments to legislation? Of course, shouldn't be in a budget act, but that actually speak to those specific situations as opposed to a broad power that appears to be able to be used against any product in any circumstance under subjective belief and without even requiring certainty.
Yes, I think we would support precision regulation that is directed specifically at the issues. Again, our concern here is the broad sweeping powers that are particularly apt to be used in a way that is not appropriate. But there are methods and ways to adapt the current regulations to target those issues that you highlighted, and we would be supportive of that.
Okay.
Mr.
Chair, how am I doing?
That's the time,
my time?
actually. Yeah, we've gone over, but we are into
Thank
our
you.
second round, and what we're going to do here, because we don't have enough time for a full second round, it'll be about 3 to 4 minutes for each party that will have to ask questions. We're starting with MP Morantz for those 3 to 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Skelton, I just wanted to sort of bring this back to what the direct effect might be on consumers, because we haven't talked about that. So, someone goes into a store presuming that this regulation came into effect exactly as it is, which is something that you don't want to see. Somebody goes into a store after that happens to pick up their regular monthly bottle of vitamin C that maybe they pay $10 now for or something like that. What will this do with all the licensing fees that have to be paid on an annual basis? What will that do to the cost of their product?
Not particular to C69, but in a similar vein of an unchecked ministerial power, that's what we're seeing on cost recovery. And I think what I'd comment on is through our analysis, what we've seen on the impact of several of these regulatory and legislative updates is at minimum 1 in 5 of these Canadian brands are looking to exit the country. So it's going to reduce the number of Canadian produced and Canadian regulated products that are available. The companies that do remain are going to be reducing the assortment of products because they're just not financially viable anymore. So the selection of products will be reduced for Canadians. And the products that remain will have a increased cost burden that is extremely different than international countries. And so we'll see an increase of cost of those that remain on. So less Canadian compliant, less assortment, and increased costs for those that do remain.
So someone could walk into the store to pick up, say it's cold and flu season and echinacea works for them. They could walk into a store and find out that echinacea is no longer available, for example. That might be one example.
They may find some of those products unavailable, and those that do remain could be impacted by upwards of 20 to 40% on shelf.
Yeah. And what's the reason for this legislation? How much in fees and revenues does the government expect to collect, assuming this comes into place?
So the cost recovery proposal is estimated at about $51 million, which is a complete recovery of the existing budget. And that's what the cost recovery plan has been based on.
So, I mean, this year, the entire federal budget has just reached $500 billion for the first time. So, like, I haven't done the math yet, but I mean, 50 million is like a rounding error for the government, but the inconvenience it's causing to consumers would be huge. Am I correct in that assessment?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. The budget that Canada uses to regulate natural health products is actually the largest budget anywhere in the developed world to manage natural health products. So we already have the largest bureaucracy overseeing the regulation of natural health products.
Yeah. So the result of this will be $50 million to the federal government, less product availability for consumers, and higher cost to consumers for the products that remain.
I think that's a fair conclusion.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MP Moritz. I've got now MP Thompson, please.
I
Oh,
believe my
sorry,
colleague
PS Turnbull. Okay.
Thanks very much. So, Mr. Goodall, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions with the limited time. I think I have about 4 minutes. Is that what you said? 3 to 4 minutes. Okay. I want to ask you about the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program, because I think this is going to make a significant contribution to ensuring that First Nations, who have often been kind of sidelined when it comes to natural resource projects, specifically in the mining sector, they haven't been able to get access to competitively priced capital to participate in those projects in a meaningful way that achieves economic returns for their community members. Can you speak to how the Indigenous Loan Program included in Budget 2024 will further encourage, enable, and support that participation in the mining industry?
Yeah, in my limited time remarks, I did focus on 2 other issues, but certainly the Indigenous Loan Guarantee fund is something that we strongly support and encourage the government to proceed with. I would, though, like to challenge a little bit the sort of your preamble. The participation of Indigenous peoples in the mining sector, including in business procurement, is extensive already. I could take an example of Voisey's Bay, where I think 90% of all procurement is with Indigenous-owned businesses. So it's huge. In the territories, it's 30-40%. So there's a lot of participation in mining. But there could be
I know
more.
I don't mean to be disrespectful,
Yeah.
but I have limited time, and
Yeah.
I do have another question for you. But in terms of equity, ownership, shares in those projects, I'm sure we can all agree that First Nations haven't been able to participate to the same degree that they are now with this Indigenous loan program in place.
That is true, and that is a welcome development. And I'd also emphasize what we like about the program. It's not just exclusively the opportunity to become, part owners in mines, but also all of the ancillary activities, whether it's a power line, whether it's a road. There's lots that goes into the building of a mine that they can have a direct stake in through this program, and that's a very positive development.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you another question. It's a bit of an aside, but I'm contemplating how we can link programs like the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance. Are you aware of that program? It's an international one that looks for sort of certifying socially and environmentally responsible mining projects. How many projects in Canada would qualify for the IRMA currently?
0, because in Canada we have another program called Towards Sustainable Mining, which was developed by our association, which is a condition of membership and is applied at all of our member mine sites in Canada and many around the world. It is actually the largest sustainability initiative in mining in terms of its application. Globally, we have 12 other countries in the world that are currently applying that standard.
Okay, and so there's 2 investment tax credits in this that apply to the extractives industry mining projects in general. There's the Clean Tech Manufacturing Tax Credit and the Mineral Exploration Tax Credit. So both of those, I would assume, are welcome developments, notwithstanding some of your comments at the beginning about some design issues that you have with those, perhaps being worked out. So you see those as positive developments in Budget 2024 as enhancing the both exploration but also the development of new mining projects in Canada?
The Clean Manufacturing Tax Credit is definitely a welcome development. That addresses a gap in the value chain that existed within the critical minerals strategy. So it certainly will help to support new mining development. And so we applaud it. We do think it needs to go further in terms of what it applies to. The METC has been around for 20-odd years. This year's, and the government renewed it in March, but this year's budget actually, from what I can gather, inadvertently put a spike through it, and it needs to be fixed.
time.
Thank you.
And now we'll be going to MP Samari, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, a comment. Concerning the open banking part of the legislation, what we see is Finance Canada that has once again created a system that gives an advantage to Bay Street and harms credit unions, co-ops, and everything under provincial jurisdiction. Am I surprised? No, but for me it's unacceptable. Now, my question, I'll come back to Mr. Brun. If there was a recognition of the provincial framework, could that ensure better cohesiveness for all consumers across Canada? Thank you. Thank you for the question. I would say absolutely. That's the way forward, I would say. The minister testified before your committee and also in front of the Senate, and I noted the expression that she used. She talked about cohesive experience for all consumers. So yes, there needs to be an alignment with provincial frameworks so that there is a cohesive experience for everyone and not double regulation. Yes, so as you said, there is the starting line, and then there's the big Bay Street banks that have the advantage, and then there are financial institutions like yours that are lagging behind and are stuck with this framework. So it does not respect the idea of the cohesive experience and reciprocity of standards. Do you have anything else to raise for the committee? Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to flesh this out. As I mentioned earlier, for years now, we've been talking about opening banking and increasing competition because the goal is to offer more services, and that is why I'm talking so much about the importance of a solid foundation that financial institutions can start at the same time to develop themselves. You know, that is the very basis on which we built. We talk about consumer-based banking services, and then we talk about payment, and that, of course, we will broaden into the insurance sector. So having a solid foundation that allows us to develop this is the only guarantee for success. Thank you. I think Mr. Sorbara can't hear us, but his microphone is open. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
MP Sorbara, just if you could just check that your microphone is on mute. Yep, and you may continue for another question, MP Samari.
Oui, très bien.
Yes, thank you. So I was very surprised to see that it was the FCAC that was chosen to be responsible for the framework. To my knowledge, it's not a large institution. It has an interim director, and it's particularly focused on education. Do you have fears about FCAC's ability to properly regulate the matters, the expertise necessary for matters of risks related to data management and cybersecurity? Thank you for the question. It's a very important one because we're talking about the stability of the financial sector. You know, in Canada, there are fewer players, but there's a lot of stability, and we want to increase and grow and increase the sector, but we don't want it to be to the detriment of the stability of the system and security. We were particularly surprised when we learned about this. For years now, we've been talking about open banking, and it was never a question of sending it to this agency that has never managed this type of data, that doesn't have the expertise. They say they will develop it, but you understand this is a complex issue. There are risks involved, and there needs to be a lot of rigor, and we have a lot of doubt about this. There are some signals being sent because consumer protection is currently a provincial jurisdiction. So now there's a dual problem. They need to build expertise, and there's also the federal provincial component, and it needs to be done cohesively so that everyone can get on board. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. St. Marie.
For this panel will be MP Davies for 3 to 4 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Skelton, we've touched on this a bit. I want to be clear. Canadians are currently permitted to bring a personal use quantity of a natural health product into the country without requiring special licenses for the import. They often do that over the internet and with Amazon delivering, that sort of thing. Do you expect that consumers will be more likely to import products from foreign jurisdictions if the regulatory changes proposed by Health Canada go through in this budget?
I do think it's a reasonable assumption given the proposed impact will be less assortment and increased cost. Given the current economic environment, the Canadians will seek to use the internet. It is the modern age, and people are seeking information on the products they take, but also the products themselves. And so our concern is that without addressing that import piece, that we'll be leaving Canadians procuring products that don't have the regulatory oversight that they do on Canadian-made and licensed products.
Thanks. And Ms. Gomez, you touched on this as well. Besides the three major provisions which would give the minister, if he has a subjective belief that there's a problem with off-label use or the use of products that are approved for use for animals being used for humans, and then the ability to exempt products completely. There is this section that says the minister may make the order despite any uncertainty respecting the risk of adverse effects that the use of the drug, including a use other than the intended use, may present. What kind of test or provision would you prefer or suggest should be in legislation like this, or do you think that this uncertainty test is appropriate?
The uncertainty test is extremely broad, and it avoids the scientific rigor that is already in place for products that are licensed in Canada through the health regulatory making process. So for that standard, the similar standard that would be appropriate would be for the other powers that are already in the Food and Drugs Act, and that is that there is a serious or imminent health risk, or even that there is a risk or even injury to health, or that it may have a risk of injury to health. That drafting is reasonable. There may be stakeholders, other parties who are concerned about that from past experience. However, I think the addition of this uncertainty clause really takes away from the basic requirement that there be an actual risk to health and safety before the minister can take action to remove a product from market or make other changes.
Thank you. Mr. Brun, as you've pointed out, the government wants the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada to be the body that implements the open banking provisions. The UK created a fit-for-purpose entity called the Open Banking Implementation Entity. And I've spoken to some stakeholders in the industry that believe it's more appropriate to have a fit-for-purpose entity created to implement open banking provisions. Is that something that you would support?
Thank you for the question.
Absolutely something that we would support. Because open banking is clearly, it's quite transversal. It covers a lot. It's hard to mix it fit. And clearly, the government wanted and looked around what was already in place and what was available to host that. But I think it's not necessarily the best way. So your suggestion, yes, is absolutely something where at the same time federal government and provincial regulator could step in and pitch in. It's the way to go.
Okay, thank you. That is the time. Thank you, MP Davies. I know it goes fast, but we do want to thank our witnesses for joining us here in Ottawa. It's a beautiful Friday morning, and thank you for coming before us on C69. We really appreciate your testimony. We want you to have the best for the rest of the day. So thank you very much. On that, we're suspended, members, as we transition to our second panel. Members, we're back, and we have our second panel with us now, and we're looking forward to hearing from them and who's with us. We've got the Canadian Teachers Federation and its president Heidi Yetman. Welcome, Ms. Yetman. From the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, the Deputy Commissioner, Supervision and Enforcement, Frank LaFranco, is with us. We've also have Deputy Commissioner, Research Policy and Education, Supriya Sile, and Interim Commissioner, Chief Financial Officer, and Assistant Commissioner of Corporate Services, Werner Liedtke. Okay, and our third witness group here is the University of Ottawa and Professor of Faculty of Law, Professor Stuart Algie. Welcome, Professor Algie. And on that, we are going to start with the Canadian Teachers Federation and its president, Ms. Yetman, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thanks for having the Canadian Teachers Federation here to speak to Bill C-69 and bring the perspective of teachers in Canada to the study of the legislation. The Federation is an organization that represents over 365,000 K-12 public education teachers and education workers in Canada, and we proudly represent members in every province and territory. And I'm here to speak to the positive things in Bill 69 for education. As the cost of living crisis continues to hit Canadians hard, teachers and their families are no different. And that's why when we met the Minister of Finance earlier this year to discuss issues of affordability and cost-saving measures that would benefit teachers and their families, we had three clear asks: the creation of a national school food program, federal loan forgiveness for teachers, and more resources for mental health. The pandemic has negatively impacted the mental health of students and young people, and students' academic success is linked to their well-being. This budget has more resources to be dedicated to addressing mental health concerns within youth communities in Canada. We know that mental health is sadly becoming a more and more prevalent cost for families, and we called on the federal government to find a way to make sure the government seeks to alleviate barriers to mental health supports, especially for those who find them inaccessible. And we are pleased to see that the government pledged $500 million over 5 years for a new youth mental health fund designed to help younger Canadians access health care. With student mental health issues on the rise, classrooms are becoming more and more complex, and as a result, working conditions are deteriorating. and consequently, teachers are leaving the profession. In addition, student populations are growing, and unfortunately, fewer people are enrolling in education faculties in university. And this has resulted in a retention and recruitment crisis in education in this country, especially in remote and rural communities. The Federation pointed out a way that the federal government could make entering teaching a more enticing and viable career path using loan forgiveness. This initiative would mean the loan forgiveness of thousands of dollars for teachers in communities that already have a difficult time recruiting. I cannot state enough how significant of an investment this is into public education and making the lives of teachers and their families more affordable. Did you know that in 2022, 1 in 4 Canadian children were food insecure in Canada? That really is something if you think about it. So we asked for the creation of a national food program, a program that we have long called for and felt was long overdue. And after a decade of advocacy, we are thrilled and relieved to hear the announcement of an investment of $1 billion over 5 years. This is wonderful news for us and many other organizations who have advocated for years and years and years for a food school program. Taking pressure off of parents and families by providing nutritious meals for school-age children at school is something collectively Canada should be excited and proud about. This will have a life-changing impact on the lives of children and families living in Canada. Putting food on the lunchroom table at school will improve student physical and mental health, improve their abilities to fully participate in their education, and improve relationships at school. And research shows that universal food programs provide a 2.5 to 7 times return in human health and economic benefits. So I'm really pleased that Bill C-69 has made investments into each of these 3 key areas that will have an impact on education. You know, education is the foundation of a healthy and prosperous society, and spending money on education and youth is not a cost, but it's an investment. So thank you very much.
Yatman. Now we'll hear from the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, and I believe it's Mr. Litke that will be delivering remarks. Yes? Okay.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the introduction, and to the committee for inviting us to appear before you today. My name is Werner Litke. I am the Interim Commissioner of the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, or the FCIAC. I am joined by Frank Lafranco, Deputy Commissioner, Supervision and Enforcement, and by Dr. Supriya Sial, Deputy Commissioner, Research, Policy and Education. The FCFC is an independent federal agency that protects the rights and interests of consumers of financial products and services. At the FCFC, we are happy that the financial well-being of Canadians is such an important part of Budget 2024. Budget 2024 contained several important initiatives of note for our agency, including a new role and an expanded mandate to oversee, administer, and enforce Canada's consumer-driven banking framework. The FCFC is a leader and innovator in financial consumer protection and is well positioned to take on this new responsibility.
Working closely with the Department of Finance to advance the consumer-driven banking framework, which prioritizes innovation and includes strong and consistent protections for Canadians who will use consumer-driven banking. The new framework is guided by 3 objectives: safety and soundness, protecting the financial well-being of Canadians, and advancing economic growth and international competitiveness. While the Department of Finance leads on policy and legislative and regulatory development for this framework, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $1 million in 2024-25 to FCAC to support preparation for its new responsibilities. This funding in the budget will also allow us to prepare for a consumer awareness campaign. Over the coming months, we will support the Department of Finance in its engagement with the financial sector and other stakeholders on the development of the remaining elements of the consumer-driven banking framework. FCAC has deep knowledge of how the banking industry in Canada functions through our work as an industry regulator. Consumer-driven banking complements existing financial services. FCAC's suitability for oversight of consumer-driven banking extends also from our knowledge of consumer trends and issues and our long-standing consumer education mandate. We conduct research to better understand consumer needs and behavior, including how financial decisions are made. We also collaborate with organizations across the financial ecosystem, including financial service providers, consumer advocacy groups, and provincial and territorial regulators. These factors position the agency to effectively protect consumers while overseeing an innovative and competitive framework that benefits all parties. Budget 2024 also includes other initiatives to benefit and protect consumers, such as a low-cost, no-cost bank account commitment originally announced in 2014. FCAC is working with banks to update this commitment to expand the features of low-cost accounts to reflect modern banking and expand the accessibility of no-cost accounts to more Canadians. Our work to update the commitment is another example of how our understanding of consumer needs complements our regulatory mandate. I will end there. I look forward to your questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Litke. And I'm sure there will be many questions. We're now going to hear from the University of Ottawa and Professor LG, please.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Today, I will discuss the Impact Assessment Act and the need for addressing transporter government initiatives. I can answer questions in English or French.
With everything that Ms. Yetman said, that's the end of my expertise on that subject matter. I do have a little bit of expertise, though, on the environment and the Constitution. I teach it, I research it, and on the side, I've litigated all the major cases in the Supreme Court of Canada since 1990 on the issue, except for the last one, where the court struck down the Impact Assessment Act. We were in France that year. I've also been involved in the development of every environmental impact assessment bill since 1992, and I'm proud to say that the first one was introduced by the Conservatives, and it's enjoyed support by all parties in the House ever since then for the last 20 or 30 plus years. So for today, I'm going to focus on the changes that were brought in to address the Supreme Court's decision. That's the purpose of the revisions in this bill. And the court, you've got slides from me, by the way, so if you don't like what I'm saying, there's a small slide deck en anglais, en français, and you can follow along. The court really did two major things. I'm only going to talk about one of them. The first thing they talked about was distinguishing between federal projects and provincial projects. The Act more or less has that right. But the second thing the court said is making sure assessments involve only effects within federal jurisdiction. That's the defined term in the Act. The court said that the definition was a little bit too broad and needed to be tightened up. In particular, the court said that the federal government does not have jurisdiction over all aspects of cross-border environmental harm, such as greenhouse gas emissions. It doesn't have comprehensive authority over everything. It focused by saying that the Act should limit itself to things that cause significant effects within federal jurisdiction for cross-border impacts. So if you look at the slides, or you can look at it later, what I've done is I've set out how this Act defines effects in federal jurisdiction and compared it with the previous bill, which was the way the Harper government defined it in 2012. And you may find it surprising that the Harper government defined it more broadly. So in addition to fish and federal lands and migratory birds, which everyone agrees on, the previous version said all cross-border pollution, everything that crosses a provincial or national border, is a federal matter, which intuitively makes sense. This bill has narrowed that just to cross-border water pollution and marine pollution, just those two. And it's gone far further than the court required by doing that. In effect, it's abandoned long-standing federal authority over cross-border environmental effects, except in regard to water. And as you will know, a core responsibility of the federal government is to deal with pollution problems that don't respect borders, that affect other provinces and other countries. If they didn't have that, it would undermine the ability of provinces to protect their own environment from upstream or upwind pollution. I won't get into an in-depth lecture on constitutional law in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but let me just say this, that there is clear constitutional authority recognized by the Supreme Court to address international and cross-border environmental effects. The Supreme Court of Canada in 1997, in upholding the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, said the federal government can regulate pollution that causes serious harm and moves across provincial or international borders. And then in upholding the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act in 2021, the court again said Parliament may regulate over serious extra-provincial harm to the environment. In fact, Canada has signed a treaty more than 30 years ago legally requiring it to do environmental assessment of any activity that may cause significant transboundary environmental harm. That's a treaty obligation and an international law obligation. When I read the amendments, I was surprised to say that the act would cover cross-border water pollution, but not cross-border air pollution. It seemed a little bit absurd, to be honest. Parliament has been legislating over cross-border air pollution since 1971. It's been regulating over greenhouse gases since 2010. Those regulations were brought in by the Harper government, and then again in 2012. So they've been operating in this area for over 30 years. And it seems like, I can't explain why such a cautious approach was taken, but it really leaves the Government of Canada unable to deal with a problem that can only be addressed at a federal level, which is pollution problems that move across national or provincial borders. And if you need any convincing, in the last slide, I've just given you some quick summaries of why cross-border air pollution is a big deal. So there are 15,300 premature deaths each year in Canada from air pollution. Economic cost of $114 billion. So that's it. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Professor LG, and I'm sure there'll be many questions, and we're going to start with those right now. So the first round, each party will have up to 6 minutes to ask the witnesses questions. We're starting with MP Williams for the first 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone in Ottawa. Mr. Ledke, I'm going to start with you, sir, if I can, and we're going to talk about open banking. Canadians have been waiting with bated breath to see legislation for open banking. They want to see open banking implemented and alongside it, instant payments. And we have some reports that say the delay from CEBR says the delay from instant payments is costing the GDP up to 2.7% a year. And that would be almost $500 million or just a little bit more than that. I'm going to start with the government's conversations with you, and congratulations on being named the regulator. What is the timeline that government is giving you, the clear timeline for implementation of open banking in Canada, or have they given you one yet?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. We don't have a full timeline at this time. What we are looking at is the legislation asked us to commence the preparation of our regulatory activities, which we're in the process of doing, and that's what we'll use the $1 million in the budget to do. And we're supporting the Department of Finance from a policy perspective and a research perspective as they continue the development of the legislation, which will include those full timelines.
So just to give everyone at home a little bit clear lens, you've always been more involved with consumer regulation. You'll be doing the same consumer regulation. Something open banking, consumer-led banking is going to implement as well, though, is B2B, so business to business. So how do you intend to look at business to business, to shift gears, not just from the consumer itself? And what are you specifically looking at to take care of also those concerns from businesses?
Yes, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So we actually see the business to business being a nexus to the financial consumer as well, because one of the benefits of consumer-driven banking is that the consumers will have a safe and secure way to have their data transferred. So as the businesses, as we create a framework that allows business to share the data, they'll become accredited. That by default, by addressing their issues, we will be protecting financial consumers at the same time. And so to answer your specific details of how we're going to engage the business to business, that's still to be developed as the next part of the framework.
how long do you see that implementation? Will you have any consultations with business groups? So there's going to be is there going to be consultations at all from the business side?
Chair. So the next phase is to continue with the elements of identifying the accreditation standards, the liability issues, the privacy and the security issues. So we will be supporting the Department of Finance in these consultations with industries and applicable stakeholders.
Do you support amendments that allow us to look at business to business as part of what the regulation should look like?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. It's too early in that stage. I need to see the rest of the legislation of how that will impact. So I don't have insight into what that will be to give you an opinion on that.
Okay, thank you. Speaking of it being early right now, we've started to see the implementation of administrative monetary penalties, so AMPs, when the bill with maximum penalties of up to $10 million for violations by registered entities. That's more than some fintechs have in total revenue for a year. So wondering why we have these AMPs introduced prior to legislation being introduced by the government. Would you support that perhaps we should see these AMPs removed until the legislation is presented?
For the question, Mr. Chair. My understanding is there's a large part of the AMP section is just to have penalties which are very similar to the Bank Act. So especially with companies that are misrepresenting themselves. So I think there is an advantage to protect financial consumers by having these potential penalties at the outset to ensure that there's proper behavior.
And are you aware that some of these AMPs are larger than those AMPs for FinTech? Not for FinTech, for FinTrack. So some companies that actually perform fraud, that these are higher penalties?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So I wasn't aware of that, but certainly Department of Finance would have done their studies to determine the appropriateness of the AMPs.
Given that in your opening round, you said that FCFC is playing such an important part, and we agree that we need regulation, we need to get open banking going. But was $1 million allocated to your organization really testament to playing such an important part in this regulation, this first phase of studying? And just to compare, the UK's Open Banking Invitation Entity, which is OBIE, was established, and they were funded with £60 billion to start the same phase. Do you think that only being provided $1 million is enough?
The $1 million that we're receiving is just for the remaining of this fiscal year in order to the preparatory work that we're going to do between now and the end of March. We will go back to government in the fall to put in a full funding request to what we will need for our structure, our consumer awareness campaign, and what the cost will be to sustain this operation. So the $1 million is just for the next 9 or 10 months or so.
And do you see there has been reports, and this government keeps promising the industry that they will have legislation implemented as soon as they can. They keep kicking it down the line. Do you see this legislation coming in fall 2024?
Question, Mr. Chair. I don't have insight into the full legislative calendar. That would be under the responsibility of the Department of Finance.
Mr. Chair, do I have any time left?
Yep, that's the time, but thank you.
Thank you.
And now to MP Thompson for the next 6 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome to the witnesses. I need to start with you, Ms. Yetman, and thank you for your comments. It's really nice to hear the positive, and I quite agree with you that the attention on teachers is incredibly important. But I thank you again for the link to food insecurity and the importance of the school lunch program. And one of the things I know in my province, in conversations that I'm having within the community, and there is tremendous support for this, is the need to ensure that we have a cultural lens on how we present the program so that the rural communities are very much part of this program, and we don't just end up in urban, which is clearly where we've had more strength in programs in the past, but it really is about every child. So I look forward to working through that going forward. but certainly, as a mother, even though my children are outside of the school system now, but these shortages for nurses, I know that one better, but shortages for the same thing for teachers. It's been coming for quite a period of time. There's no doubt that rural communities see this more intensely than urban areas, and the pandemic and the challenges of switching to remote learning. Though I do think what happened was phenomenal, and how educators stepped up and really did so much to try to continue to ensure that children move forward in their education. But we saw a significant number of senior educators leave, which is just exacerbated the problem. And again, to your point, the loan forgiveness, I think, is a really helpful way to encourage young educators to move to rural areas and really begin to address the challenge. Would you comment on that, on what you're hearing from teachers across the country, and certainly any additional comments you have on this and what we need to do moving forward to ensure that we really mitigate the shortage as much as we possibly can in the short term and build strengths in going forward so we don't end up in this place again?
Well, as you know, education is a provincial jurisdiction. And one of the things that has been happening over the last 10, 20 years is systemic underfunding of education, unfortunately. And that systemic underfunding has created, like I said in my opening statement, less resources for students and much more difficult working conditions. If we look to the north, I was really lucky. I got to visit Nunavut this year to talk to the teachers up there. And teachers in the South, if you would like to call that the South, when there were no jobs in the South, they would move up to the North. And some of them stayed because the North is quite an interesting place to work and an interesting place to live, depending on, the Yukon Northwest Territories also. But now, not as many people are going up north. And the reason is, and you just have to look across the country, in the fall of 2023, Quebec announced 8,500 teachers missing in the system. In Ontario, for example, there are about 37,000 teachers that are part of the College of Teachers, but they're not in classrooms. Where have they gone? During the pandemic, as you said, teachers realized they could do other things. So they started exploring other job opportunities that were perhaps less stressful, didn't have to bring as much work home on the weekends and the evenings, etc. So we are seeing a retention and recruitment crisis across Canada, and it's going to get worse because retirements are going to start going up. And so that's why the loan forgiveness for the North is really important. If we want to attract teachers to the North, it's no longer what it was before where there were no jobs and let's go to the North and see. I met teachers up there from Newfoundland, New Brunswick, that have stayed their entire career up there. They went there as a young teacher because there were no jobs in the South, and they stayed up there. So it's a really important little piece. I know that loan forgiveness is already there for nurses and doctors for that same reason, for remote communities and rural communities, to kind of gravitate those people into those areas. So yeah, unfortunately, education in this country is going through a bit of a crisis right now. And so these three things that I talked about, mental health, loan forgiveness, and the Universal School Food Program, are all going to be very helpful. Even just speaking about the Universal School Program, we know that classrooms are becoming more and more violent, unfortunately. And believe it or not, it's the little ones in kindergarten and grade 1 who lost 2 years of socialization. And there was research in Toronto that showed that a food program actually brought down violence in schools. So I think this is going to be good for classroom complexity as well. I could go on. I like to talk, but
that's wonderful. And it's funny. I have friends who went to the North. They graduated for a year, and they're still there. So to your point, I want to touch on the students because they absolutely were impacted certainly by shortages, but I agree with you. The pandemic, I can't begin to imagine how difficult it is for students to have lost those couple of years, especially the little ones, but I think all the way through. And I agree, the nurse said in me that the nutrition makes a difference, and it makes a difference in someone's ability to just have attention, but also behaviors. But I also want to link on the supports that certainly within government we're talking about around mental health and drug use, and the role that teachers play in being able to detect when a child, and I understand it's in elementary often when a child begins to disengage and that separation from focus and attention, and then they become incredibly vulnerable to outside influences and becoming part of drug usage. But it's very early when that happens. So how can we support educators so that we work across departments and really together have eyes on young people to really assist in all ways to keep them focused and in a school system?
Yeah, I mean, you'll have to hold on to that because we're well over the time. So we've got it. Yeah, maybe in the second round you can get to that answer. But we are going now to MP Sainte-Marie, please.
Oui, merci, monsieur.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings to all of the witnesses. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. NG, I really appreciated what you raised. There are certainly some amendments to support what you said in the clause-by-clause debate. Since my time is limited, my question is for the FCAC, rather. Where does the decision come to give you the responsibility for the open banking framework? Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
Government, so the Minister of Finance and Department of Finance chose us to be the regulator.
OK, merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you very much. We know that the sharing of financial data comes with great risks in terms of cybersecurity. What is the FCAC's expertise on the matter?
Merci pour la...
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
Currently, we don't ourselves have a lot of experience in cybersecurity, but certainly we will be developing that as part of our regulatory function and through the accreditation process. Because right now, if there are any cybersecurity issues within the financial system, OSFI plays a role in that, and we participate as a financial partner.
OK, merci beaucoup. Les entreprises.
Okay, thank you very much. Financial technology companies are not banks, so they are not under federal jurisdiction. To your knowledge, did the government get the approval of the provinces and Quebec about their own civil legislation before tabling this bill?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question.
Currently, under the framework, the provincially regulated entities can opt in, so they're not subject to our own market conduct activities. So that's why we're creating a completely new entity under the Senior Deputy Commissioner for Consumer-Driven Banking to have that separation from our normal market conduct. They will still be under the jurisdiction of the provinces, but the very specific details with the provinces and the agreements are still being negotiated by the Department of Finance.
Merci pour la réponse.
Thank you for your answer. Obviously, here I was talking about financial technology companies, not financial institutions under provincial jurisdiction. But we had a briefing on the means and ways, and what I understood from officials is that the financial institution under a provincial jurisdiction, if it wishes to do open banking, must adhere to the federal framework. And to do so, the province needs to give its approval and to agree to stop regulating it on open banking. Is that your read of the situation as well?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, what I meant to say was the collaboration that is now taking place for the next stage of accreditation is taking place with the provinces and the Department of Finance to identify the specific rules for all enterprises that are going to be engaging in the framework. So that collaboration is and consultation is commencing now.
Merci pour
Thank you for the clarity of your answer. So we understand the federal government is creating a federal framework, and the provinces and the consultations are starting now. It hasn't been done upstream, and that is a huge problem. Are you able to tell us, with the framework presented currently, which provincial jurisdictions will have to cede way to the federal government?
Merci pour la question, Monsieur.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
The issue of the provincial-federal relations are under the purview of the Department of Finance, so I would defer that question to them.
OK, merci. Êtes-vous en mesure?
Okay, thank you. Are you able to tell me who will be responsible for the certification of technological companies? Will it be you at the federal level, or will it be the provincial regulators like the Securities Commission? Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
Specific issues of accreditation are still being finalized, and the consultations are taking place with the provinces. But our expectation, based on the current framework that was published, was that we would be the accreditation authority, including those entities that opt in.
Merci beaucoup. La loi québécoise sur la...
Thank you very much. What about consumer protection in Quebec? Will it continue to apply to open banking activities? Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
Once again, that continues to be part of the ongoing consultations that are taking place between the Department of Finance and the provinces, so that those decisions haven't been made available to us.
Merci.
Thank you. In the event of fraud or damages, will it be possible to launch a lawsuit under the Consumer Protection of Quebec under the Open Banking Framework?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
And those details of the policies and the legislation are under the purview of the Department of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Est-ce qu'il me reste...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do I have any time left?
Thank you, MP Samari. And now we will go to MP Davies for the next 6 minutes.
Thank you. Professor, is it LG or LG?
LG, can you hear me?
LG, thank you. Professor LG, what specific constitutional powers allow the federal government to regulate greenhouse gas emissions?
Well, a number of different ones. The two main ones would be the power over matters of criminal law, and that's what underlies the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. So most of the climate regulations that have come in have been brought under the criminal law power, including back in the Harper years. As of the 2021 decision on the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, the federal government also has some authority under the peace, order, and good government power of the Constitution, particularly, and that's the one that I'm speaking mainly to for this act, particularly, as the court said, to deal with serious cross-border pollution. That's the main authority that arises under peace, order, and good government. And I would add that I've been speaking with a number of constitutional law professors and experts, and there's general agreement on that point.
Thank you. Now, you wrote in an op-ed last October the following. Over the past few days, the Alberta and Saskatchewan premiers and some Western leaders have gleefully declared that the Supreme Court of Canada's recent decision about the Federal Impact Assessment Act has curtailed federal power to regulate greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, the court did no such thing. In your view, why are the Alberta and Saskatchewan premiers incorrect to suggest that that decision curtailed federal power to regulate greenhouse gas emissions?
Well, I don't want to disagree with what I said in the op-ed. I'll try to remember. So really, it goes to the two powers. So in terms of the criminal law power, which is the basis of most federal climate regulation, the court didn't deal with that power at all. In fact, it reiterated 30 years of constitutional jurisprudence, underscoring the fact that the federal government has broad authority over the environment, particularly over cross-border matters. So that was the purpose of that op-ed, is to say that the foundation of federal authority over climate and the environment in general is still strong. But as I said, the Supreme Court 2 years ago reiterated, it upheld the federal carbon pricing law and specifically said that the federal government has authority over serious pollution problems that cross borders. So really, all the court said in this act was that you've defined cross-border environmental pollution too broadly. You can't deal with just minimal problems or problems that are primarily local in nature. You have to deal with, as the court said, pollutions that are serious issues and have serious cross-border impacts. And so that's what they've done for water. They just haven't done it for air pollution or climate change, which is surprising.
Well, I was going to ask, if the federal government did not have the power to regulate in this area, let's say you had a project in one province that was contributing extensive cross-border pollution or greenhouse gas emissions, who would be able to regulate it if the federal government couldn't?
Well, I mean, provinces are able to regulate emissions that occur in their province, but what they're unable to do is deal with impacts that occur outside their province. And similarly, if there's a large project in the US. So air generally flows west and north in Canada. So if you're in Quebec, northern Canada, the Maritimes, most of the pollution you're getting, or much of it, is coming from upstream. It's coming from the U.S. Midwest. It's coming from Ontario. So it's well documented, the phenomenon called the grasshopper effect, where persistent organic pollutants, toxins, make their way up to the Arctic. And you actually find toxic substances in the body tissues of people in the north that are higher than those in the south, because the air pollution generally moves east and moves north. So Quebec, the north, the Maritimes particularly are upwind and are affected by these problems. So they're unable to deal with the upwind or upstream causes of pollution. Pollution crosses borders. It doesn't stop. And so that's a core role of the federal government, and it has been since the early 70s. The feds first passed the first Clean Air Act in 1971. And so this is an area they've occupied for over 50 years, and we need them to continue to do so.
Thank you. So if we get to the crux of the matter, it appears that in response to a Supreme Court decision, it looks like what the federal government has done is they have overreacted, and they are too cautious in exercising its jurisdiction, such that this legislation would not allow the federal government to regulate cross-border greenhouse gas emissions. Is that in a nub the issue we're dealing with here?
Gas emissions, that's right. That's the nub of the problem. And to be fair, I mean, the federal government has brought in a number of strong climate laws in the last 7 years. It's actually got a pretty good track record. We've probably done more in the last 7 years than we did in the previous 30. So there's a lot of good progress being made on tackling climate change and building a clean economy. But more needs to be done in this bill. This is the foundational bill that deals with major development projects and looks at the overall environmental impacts. And we're missing a really important piece of the puzzle when we do those assessments. If you're not looking at the air pollution, you're not looking at the climate impacts, it's like, missing an important part of a painting when you're staring at it.
So in your view, how can that problem be addressed before C-69 is passed into law?
Well, I am not an expert. I'm not an expert on how difficult it is to amend a Budget Implementation Act. I've never been involved in doing that before. I would certainly say that it would be important to amend this, to fix this sooner rather than later, before major projects go forward. So I'll leave it to the committee to decide what to do. Certainly, at the very least, it would be nice to see a very strong recommendation coming out of the committee, but I'm not an expert in the challenges of amending a Budget Implementation Act.
Yeah, I meant more substantively.
Sorry, MP Davies. We've reached the time. We are going into our second round. We don't have a lot of time left, so what we're going to do is provide 2 to maximum 3 minutes per party to ask questions, and we're starting with MP Chambers for the first 2 to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Miss Yetman, the Teachers Federation launched a campaign to support a school food program in March. And I don't have a lot of time here, so just brief answers if you may. Were you made aware before the budget came down that a school food program was going to be included in the budget?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, thank you. In the 2021 election, the Teachers Federation was a registered third party and spent about $33,000 on advertising during the election. Do you recall what those ads were in relation to?
Can you repeat the year?
The 2021 federal election, the most recent federal election, about $33,000 was spent on advertising during the election.
I'm not aware of it. I wasn't president at that time. I'd have to look into it.
Okay. Not necessary to look into it. Do you anticipate that you'll be registered as a third party to advertise in the next federal election?
At this moment, no. That's a decision that's made at the board of directors, and at this moment, we haven't spoken about the election for 2025.
Okay. Do you believe that it's appropriate for organizations to endorse political, third parties to endorse political parties during an election?
As far as I know, the Canadian Teachers Federation is nonpartisan. Each member organization, however, across the country may endorse, but generally speaking, teacher organizations do not, lean to a party because they need to work with whoever's in power, and that's really important. I want to work with whoever's in power, and so the Canadian Teachers Federation does not support any one party.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your sentiments on that. I wish some of your provincial bodies felt the same way, but thank you for your testimony today.
You, MP Chambers, and now MP Baker for a couple of minutes. Oh, sorry, PS Turnbull for a couple of minutes.
Thanks. Ms. Edmond, maybe just a quick question to you. I long advocated for a national school food program before getting into politics and during my time in politics. And I know that there's been school food programs across the country. So it's not uncommon that there's already those programs in place, but that the federal commitment is going to significantly allow those programs to serve more children. Is that not correct?
Absolutely. I was the president of the Quebec Provincial Association of Teachers, so I can tell you in Quebec there was budgetary measures to feed children in schools in disadvantaged areas, but it was very limited. So we're hoping that provinces will take this money and expand these programs and not take away from what's already there. That's really, really important. That's the work that has to be done moving forward.
I was clarifying because sometimes we hear the call that there's already programs. Why do you need more? Yeah. But those programs don't serve all kids across Canada, so having the federal investment is certainly going to amplify their capacity to serve more children. Mr. Elgie, I have limited time, so I'm going to go to you about the Impact Assessment Act. Thank you for your testimony today. I appreciated your comments. So my understanding is that Chief Justice Wagner, not to be confused with the famous German composer, is talked about cooperative federalism in his ruling, and really put emphasis on the federal government and Parliament working with provincial jurisdictions. We've seen provincial jurisdictions pushing back, and challenging the Impact Assessment Act, and I think at this point, clearly defining what is within federal jurisdiction and what is within provincial jurisdiction seems to be kind of the heart of. So I guess the federal government's approach right now, I think you're saying, is overly cautious. Do you think that's kind of merited, given the fact that there's quite a number of projects in the pipeline and there is a need for certainty and credibility, and that process kind of needs to continue? And so I wanted to put that to you, whether you think that's kind of fair for the federal government to take a little bit more of a cautious approach at this moment, and then come back through provincial consultation and come back to perhaps adding, I think, what you're saying, which I tend to agree with, that air pollution and GHG emissions should be included in the Impact Assessment Act. But do you think now is really the right time to do that when so many things hang in the balance? And with the Supreme Court decision that struck this down, it seems like we need to almost patch it up and get it underway again, and then consider, with the right amount of consultation and engagement with provinces and territories, to really come to terms with this once and for all, so that we don't have this constant constitutional challenge problem when it comes to impact assessments.
Okay, so PS Turnbull, we'll well over the 3 minutes. So
just a quick-
you've got like 10 seconds, and then if you want to elaborate in writing, you can send that to the committee, please. Yeah.
Pretty much every federal environmental law gets challenged constitutionally. You can't avoid that. And every one in the last 30 years has been upheld except for this one. Yes, I'm a big believer in cooperative federalism. We should try to collaborate on environmental assessment with provincial and Indigenous governments as much as possible, but not addressing international air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions is a big gap that provinces and territories can't address. So yes, consultation, we should do it as soon as possible because it's a gap until it gets fixed.
Thank you. That was great. And thank you, P.S. Turnbull. And now over to MP Samari, please, for a couple of minutes.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Mr. Algie, for Mr. Lidke, rather, there will be changes required to the prudential standards for financial institutions. What is your expertise on the matter?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
Financial matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. We focus on financial consumers.
Merci.
Thank you. In your opinion, do you think the authority for the financial markets will need to change its rules to comply with the federal framework?
Merci pour la...
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
I'm actually not sure of that, so I would expect it to be defined within the policy. So we'll have to defer that question to the Department of Finance because it's beyond the scope of FCAC and the financial consumer aspect.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. A last question. When did the federal government or the Department of Finance approach you to tell you that you would be responsible for the framework? Can you give us a date, please? Thank you. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
It was announced on April 16th, and I was given a call on April 15th.
Merci beaucoup. Ça complète.
Thank you very much. That concludes my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. St. Marie.
Final questioner for this second panel today, which is our sixth panel of witnesses. We have MP Davies for a couple of minutes.
Thank you. Professor Elgie, I'd like to pick up where I left off. And what I'm looking for is what is the specific substantive amendment that you would recommend that we need to make to Bill C-69 to correct the issue before us of this retreat apparently from federal jurisdiction over cross-border pollution?
Well, I think if probably the most important one is just to say the same thing for air pollution that the bill now says for water pollution, that significant air pollution that crosses national or provincial borders should be subject to federal environmental assessment. There are other things that could be added onto that. I would do that obviously in a way that respects cooperative federalism. If provinces are adequately addressing the matter, then the federal government could step back, as it does with most environmental laws. But it needs to have that power in the Act sooner rather than later, I would say.
Thank you. Ms. Yetman, a study published by the Higher Education Quality Council of Ontario found that students with increased food insecurity were more likely to have decreased test scores and consequently lower rates of enrollment in post-secondary education. Other studies have shown food insecurity, students facing food insecurity were less likely to meet grade level expectations for reading and similarly for mathematics. How will the rollout of the National School Lunch Program impact students' educational attainments in your view and experience?
I think it'll be a huge impact on students. Everybody sitting around this table, when you get hungry, can you concentrate as well? And we know that teachers, they know when kids haven't eaten in the classroom. They often have drawers filled with granola bars and apples, etc. You can't concentrate when your stomach is empty. And so this gives, and there's tons of research that shows that it's the great equalizer. So even for kids that, You know, the kids that are in low income areas will do much, much better if they have a meal every day. And there's lots of studies. There was a study somewhere, and I wish I could remember where, it was either Sweden or somewhere like that, where they did a longitudinal study. And actually, the average size of children grew as well. So that's incredible. It's not only, mental health, but physical health. And moving forward, also knowing about what good foods are, and I think it's really, really important. It's going to make a big difference in the classroom, and especially right now, like I said before, classrooms are more and more difficult. So children that are sitting in the class without food, they're not concentrating and they're having a hard time. I think it's just going to make things a lot easier for everybody.
Thank you, MP Davies. And on that, we want to thank our excellent group of witnesses. Thanks for your testimony, for the information that you have provided here to our committee for C69. And we do wish you the best with the rest of your day. At this time, members, we are going to suspend as we transition to our next panel. Thank you. Back, and this is our third panel of witnesses today, although it is our seventh panel of witnesses on C69. And with us for this panel, we have the Canadian Council for Refugees. Its Vice President, Jenny Jeans, is with us, as well as the Co-Executive Director, Gauri Srinivasan, is also joining us, and from the Canadian Physiotherapy Association, the Senior Director of Advocacy, Kayla Scott, will be joining us, and from FinTechs Canada, the Executive Director, Alexander Vrancet. I don't know if that's French or English, but France. So we will first hear from the Canadian Council for Refugees. I understand you'll be sharing your time for Jenny Jeans and Gauri Srinivasan, although Gauri, I believe you are first, yes? Okay, you may commence. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear. The Canadian Council for Refugees is Canada's leading national umbrella representing over 200 frontline organizations working with, from, and for refugees and migrants. On apprécie beaucoup l'opportunité.
We really appreciate the opportunity to present our thoughts and recommendations to the committee concerning the Budget Implementation Act.
2024 had important investments to support refugee claimants, but the Budget Implementation Act is now suggesting major new changes to refugee and immigration law that are extremely concerning without prior consultation, and that include changes that will not only undermine international human rights, but our reputation as a rules-based refugee leader. The CCR objects to the Budget Implementation Act being used in this undemocratic way to bring in potentially sweeping changes to the refugee system. As you will see in our brief, our overarching recommendation is for you to either delete major sections of the bill or for you to insist on the immigration and refugee aspects being separated out from the legislation to enable full hearings and debate and further parliamentary review of pending regulations which have yet to be tabled. Lives are at stake. We have four major concerns. I'm going to cover two regarding changes to the refugee claims process, and CCR Vice President Jenny Jeans will cover the other two aspects related to CBSA and detention. It's worth remembering, members of Parliament, that Canada has an obligation under international law to provide safe haven to those who arrive at our shores fleeing persecution. And the vast majority of those who seek asylum in Canada, almost 80% last year, are found to be refugees. We have a world-class refugee determination system to hear cases at the Immigration and Refugee Board. We need to let them do their job. But Bill C-69 is making major changes. First, Division 38 is creating a worrisome new step in the refugee claim process that creates an indefinite gap before referral to the Immigration Refugee Board, the IRB, in which claimants can be asked to provide endless information and documents with no timeline for the claim to be referred for their hearing. It will lead to long delays, creating indefinite limbo for claimants, threatening not only fundamental rights, but undermining, ironically, progress made to date in streamlining processing. CCR is recommending to the committee to amend sections 410 and 411 to delete the provisions whereby if a claim is determined to be eligible, the minister must consider it further, to enable discretion in that case, and to amend section 411 so that an eligible claim must be referred to the IRB at least within a month of required information being submitted. These are crucial amendments to secure due process. Our second concern is that Division 38 introduces new provisions that trigger an early opportunity for a claim to be declared abandoned before it has even been referred to the IRB. The measure is likely to lead to claims being unfairly declared abandoned, penalizing people who, through no fault of their own, miss a deadline or forget to file a document in a Byzantine system that is already providing zero formal support services. Those most at risk are likely to be the most vulnerable. The provision will also, again, counterintuitively contribute to a backlog of abandonment hearings at the IRB. The measures are absurd to be rammed through now. They need to be rethought. We are recommending MPs move to delete Section 412, or at least in the alternative, to change Section 102.1 from the minister must to the minister may, to allow situations where claimants are obviously trying to complete requirements but are prevented due to lack of counsel. It's only common sense. I want to turn it over to CCR's Vice President now to continue with our presentation.
Thank you very much. As well as being Vice President, I'm also the Detention Program Coordinator at Action Réfugiés Montréal. A major preoccupation with the bill is the creation of immigration stations. It's deeply disturbing that the government is proposing to expand places of detention on immigration grounds to federal correctional facilities when all 10 provinces have clearly expressed a rejection of the practice of immigration detention in jails. Creating a new possibility to detain in federal jails is a step in the wrong direction. We should avoid detention and release through expanded alternatives to detention. Many of those considered high risk have mental health and addiction issues. Investments should go towards proper supports. If people are detained, CBSA can and should manage risk itself with appropriate independent oversight. Imprisoning detained individuals in jails is punitive and does not respect fundamental rights. There's a risk of geographic isolation. Also, for those seeking protection, being detained in jail is re-traumatizing and jeopardizes the chances of their claim being accepted. Our understanding is that a scan of federal facilities has not been completed. If individuals are detained in federal jails, there's a high risk that they would be in de facto solitary confinement, potentially for long periods of time. Our recommendation is to delete the provisions 433 to 441 that would enable the use of federal correctional facilities for immigration detention.
Okay, well, thank you very much for those opening remarks. And now we're going to hear from the Canadian Physiotherapy Association. Kayla Scott, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the esteemed members of this committee for having me here today. My name is Kayla Scott, and I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy at the Canadian Physiotherapy Association. Our association proudly represents over 16,000 physiotherapy professionals and students across Canada. Our members embody our mission to enhance health, mobility, rehabilitative care, and treatment to enable Canadians to live well and actively in their communities. Physiotherapy professionals demonstrate unwavering commitment to their patients and their communities and have a pivotal role in our healthcare system, providing invaluable services across diverse settings. In emergency departments in select provinces, they offer critical care, ensuring timely and effective treatment for acute conditions. Their expertise allows them to rapidly assess and treat patients, reducing wait times and alleviating pressure on our healthcare system. Their interventions can often be the difference between recovery and long-term complications, underlining the importance of their work. In long-term care facilities, physiotherapy professionals deliver essential rehabilitation therapy as part of their home care services. They create personalized care plans to improve residents' mobility, strength, and overall well-being. This approach not only helps physical recovery and injury prevention, but also strengthens mental and emotional health, promoting patient autonomy, positivity, and resilience. Additionally, physiotherapy professionals play a crucial role in prenatal care, offering specialized pelvic floor physiotherapy for expectant parents. This service supports prenatal health, prepares parents for childbirth, and promotes postnatal recovery. The role of physiotherapy professionals in this area is often overlooked. Yet, it is essential in ensuring the health and well-being of both the parent and child. Today, I stand before you to express my gratitude for the recently announced expansion of the Canada Student Financial Assistance Program in Budget 2024. This expansion, which now encompasses physiotherapists working in underserved rural and remote communities, marks a significant step towards achieving healthcare equity and alleviating pressures from our healthcare system across Canada. This pivotal decision announced in Budget 2024 is the result of CPA's persistent advocacy and pre-budget recommendations, and the unified voices of physiotherapy professionals and students. It represents a major achievement for all Canadians, especially those seeking equitable care in rural and remote areas. The expansion of the CSFA program will yield a threefold benefit. First, it will attract more Canadians to the physiotherapy profession by reducing the financial barriers to education, with the average student debt for physiotherapy students standing at $40,000. This assistance will provide significant relief, making the profession more accessible to a broader range of individuals. Second, it will increase health service access and delivery in communities that face the barrier of long travel times to access care. By encouraging more physiotherapists to serve in these areas, we can ensure that every Canadian, regardless of their location, has access to high-quality health care. Lastly, it will enhance the recruitment of students from rural communities and help promote a workforce that includes students from underrepresented populations. Our partners in health echo our sentiments. The Canadian Nurses Association applauded this expansion as it supports team-based care, enabling diverse healthcare professionals to collaborate and provide comprehensive, patient-centered services. The Canadian Orthopedic Association also firmly supported this inclusion, recognizing its potential patient recovery and strengthen our healthcare system at its core. As National Physiotherapy Month ends today, we are firm in our commitment to build on this momentum. We will continue to advocate for policy changes that allow the profession to fully exercise their expertise through the optimization of scope of practice across the country, enabling them to provide high-quality care at their optimal potential. Our unwavering mission remains to ensure that every Canadian, irrespective of their location, has access to the quality of care that they deserve. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. And now we'll hear from FinTechs Canada, Mr. Vronsis.
Good afternoon to the Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Standing Committee on Finance. My name is Alex, and I'm the Executive Director of FinTechs Canada. FinTechs Canada is an industry association of Canada's most innovative financial technology companies. Our members collectively serve millions of Canadians on a daily basis. Economic growth has slowed. Life is increasingly unaffordable. Canadian productivity has reached emergency status. At FinTechs Canada, we believe in whole-of-government solutions to problems like this one. One critical part of the solution needs to be boosting competition in banking because our banking sector is partly to blame for the problem. That means passing the bits and pieces of an open banking framework we're starting to see in Bill C-69 without delay. More competition in banking will make life more affordable for Canadians. Canada's banking sector is heavily concentrated with little change over the past decade. Canadians pay higher banking fees than consumers in similar markets, such as the United Kingdom's and Australia's. Canada's big banks make more and more of their money from what's called non-interest income, or in other words, fees. These include account and investment management fees, payment processing fees, and administrative fees on mortgages and other loans. More competition in banking will also boost Canada's productivity. Canada's economy is mostly made up of small businesses, but Canada's small businesses receive less financing from our banks and pay more for it than their peers in other countries. Weak investment in Canada's small business community is a long-standing issue. How can our economy run at its best when the engine has no fuel to run on? Consumer-driven banking will help boost competition in banking by putting consumers in control of their financial information. Suppose you're a recent immigrant who can't qualify for a loan because you don't have a Canadian credit history. With open banking, you can reliably and securely share your monthly rent payments with Borrowell's Rent Advantage app to build your credit score. Or maybe you're a small business who doesn't want to rely on spreadsheets to manage your books. You can use open banking to reliably and securely share your transaction data with accounting platforms like Xero to automate your bookkeeping. If you're having trouble tracking investment accounts at different banks, there are apps that let you view and manage them in a single dashboard. But to share your data securely and reliably, you need open banking. By empowering Canadians to reliably and securely share their financial information, Canadians will be better able to vote with their wallets. They can decide for themselves who will serve them best. What's more, Canadians can do this without having to decipher who's the most secure and resilient because of the consumer protection that comes with open banking. As I've written before, open banking isn't really about opening the vault of financial data. That much has already happened. It's actually about closing it again and putting Canadians in charge, letting Canadians decide whom it can be opened for, when it can be opened, how long it can be opened, and for what purpose. This is why Canada needs the Consumer-Driven Banking Act. It also needs a regulator, such as the FCAC, well-equipped for the job of policing the industry. The longer we wait, the further and further it will fall behind our G7 counterparts who have already put their financial sectors to work to make their economies more competitive, affordable, and productive.
Francis, I'm just going to interject. If you could just speak a little bit slower, just so our interpretation services can capture everything that you're saying and be able to do their job. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you for your invitation to appear. I look forward to answering any questions. Sorry.
Well, that was a good pace at the end, and but as we get into questions, maybe the same. Yeah, just if you can adhere to the same thing. So, okay, great. We are on our questions now, and so the first round, we will have 6 minutes for each party to ask questions of the witnesses, and we're starting with Mr. Williams, MP Williams, for the first 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and once again, a pleasure to be part of the Finance Committee. Alex, thank you for joining us here today, and happy to have you talk about the benefits of open banking. Can you tell us, has Canada provided a good timeline for when open banking will be implemented, and are you happy with the progress of the Government of Canada so far?
So it's no secret that the sector is disappointed and frustrated. There have been numerous delays. We've been really slow out the gate. Open banking or consumer-led banking or consumer-driven banking, whichever term you'd like to use, was first mentioned in 2018 budget. I believe, and since then, we've really studied the question to death while other countries have acted. This many years into the process, we're just starting to see an open banking framework come to fruition. In other jurisdictions, it took no more than a few years for the government to go from stating its intention to actually delivering, to actually having a system up and running for their citizens to benefit from.
We had FCAC in the last round, so they talked about they're selected as a regulator. They've been normally tasked with handling consumer relations, so now they need to handle business to business as well. Are you confident that they can handle the task and be the regulator?
Regardless of which regulator was picked, I think there would have been challenges when it comes to business to business transactions. I think there are two issues that could emerge. One is, can small business owners share the data that they should be in control of? I think the Consumer-Driven Banking Act, as it's outlined today, allows for that. Section 3 makes it very clear that small businesses are supposed to be in scope. They're explicitly mentioned. When it comes to policing disputes between businesses, however, the FCAC may be less equipped if the businesses we're talking about are banks and fintechs. One of the reasons we need government intervention to implement an open banking framework is because the market hasn't been able to work it out itself. The market hasn't been able to get along. So you can imagine a world where going forward there are disputes that arise between banks and fintechs. I think our view is we should keep our consumer protection watchdog in the financial sector a consumer protection watchdog and not add to its mandate. For open banking to be successful, the job of the FCAC shouldn't be to protect fintechs from banks. It shouldn't be to protect banks from fintechs. It should be to protect and empower Canadians first and foremost.
Absolutely agree. And would you support an amendment on data to ensure that it includes small business in the terminology in terms of how we're talking about data and services, that it should include small business as well, not just consumer?
So I'm not a professional drafter. So when it comes to the text of legislation, I'll have to defer to others. But my read of the act and in my conversations with department officials, it's been made clear to me that small business accounts are in scope. Small business accounts are explicitly referenced in Section 3 of the Consumer-Driven Banking Act. And in my conversations with department officials, they clarified it's like this so that we can be clear that when this system launches, it won't just be consumer accounts. Small business accounts will be in scope as well.
Something I asked FCAC was about the AMPs. So the administrative monetary penalties, the maximum penalties already listed up to 10 million, which is more than a lot of the revenue for some fintechs. Wondering if it's premature if we don't have the legislation in front of Parliament at this time to have the AMPs, or what are your feelings on some of those penalties?
Great question. If I'm running a business and I see the amps, my heart might start beating quickly for just a second. But I say just a second because I think really the only businesses that should fear the amps right now are ones who are worried about their ability to handle the data of Canadians with care. I don't think our regulators have a history of administering monetary penalties willy-nilly. In fact, I've heard some arguments to the contrary. I've heard consumer groups say our FCAC isn't aggressive enough. Perhaps this isn't a popular thing to say, but the only real loud opposition I've heard about the amps in my conversations with the fintech scene is from companies that have already been on the receiving end of an FCAC penalty. Our members are comfortable with the amps as is because our members realize they're operating in a very special space, the financial sector, and they need Canadians' trust. They have no doubt in their ability to comply with the framework that's coming.
Okay. CEBR has noted that the delay of payments and instant payments is causing 2.7% lack of growth to GDP, which is $500 million a year. When do we need all of this implemented? Do we need this tomorrow? When really do we want all of this implemented in order to benefit Canadians and to your opening point to boost productivity?
Ideally, it would have been implemented a few years ago. I mean, when it comes to instant payments, the project has been delayed several times over the past decade. The RTR was first announced in 2016. The original launch date was 2020 to 2021. It's been delayed several times since then, first to 2023, now to 2026. And 2026 isn't even a launch date. It's just the year in which the industry will test its ability to use the RTR. So we still don't have a launch date in sight. For Canadians to benefit, we need this yesterday.
Thank you, MP Williams. And now we'll go to MP Sorbara, please, for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. It's great to be here today. I apologize for not being in person. I hope you can hear me clear here virtually. I will say that this morning I had the pleasure of announcing an investment in my riding and Vaughan Woodbridge and the City of Vaughan off of the Housing Accelerator Fund to build a bridge over the 400 linking two subdivisions in the City of Vaughan. So it's great to see the Housing Accelerator Fund and the investments that are flowing from that. And the City of Vaughan received $59 million. And a part of that $59 million, about $7.5 million, will go a third with the city and the region to build this bridge and to alleviate traffic flow and to allow for the construction, accelerate the construction of new homes. So it's great to see those investments happening because we know that the official opposition party does not like the Housing Accelerator Fund and does not like investing in Canada and Canadians. So we'll continue along that path. Getting to the matters at hand, because these are very important matters. First, if I can go to the Physiotherapy Association, and I very much enjoyed the remarks that were stated about the importance of prenatal care and et cetera. As a father of three daughters, obviously, my wife and I use midwives in the births of our three daughters, and we know the services are so important. I do want to ask about the expansion of the student loan forgiveness program and how important that is to the Physiotherapy Association of Canada.
Thank you for your question. We are delighted about the expansion of the Canada Student Loan Forgiveness Program to physiotherapy professionals. At this time, there's a need for more physios in Canada. Currently, there's only 3% of physios practicing in rural areas in Canada. This will ensure that Canadians have access to physiotherapy care and, to your point, prenatal care. It ensures that older persons have access to rehabilitative care. It ensures that many Canadians who didn't have access to physiotherapy care can access it. This is revolutionizing to small communities. It also means that students who may not have had access to education can now access education to become a physiotherapy professional and serve their community. It means that those who had to travel far distances to access care can now access it from a local provider. This will mean enhanced care for Canadians. It will mean better care for future generations and current generations. And this is a very proud moment for the profession and, most importantly, all Canadians seeking access to physiotherapy care.
I thank you very much for that wholesome answer. And to be frank, if you're delighted, I'm delighted. So that is great to hear the feedback of this policy measure that we put in place through this piece of legislation. And that is now and will assist once everything passes physiotherapists. The role of physiotherapists, much like an occupational therapist or speech and language pathologist, all the therapists that are involved in whichever setting they may be involved in, is so important for our healthcare continuum, and their role is so essential. So I want to say thank you, and to you and your members, for what you do in helping Canadians day in, day out. So thank you very much. Switching gears a little bit over to the individual from FinTechs Canada, if I think I have the name correct. If I don't, I apologize. From FinTechs. Sir, as someone who has been a long time participant in the financial services in various roles, be it on Wall Street for a number of years, be it on Bay Street, and someone who looks at open banking as a vast opportunity. If I can look at it from the consumer angle, and I think you may have touched upon this in your remarks, about ensuring the safety and security of the data for consumers. How can we make sure and ensure that for consumers, they feel secure with, call it open banking, consumer-driven banking, that as we make these steps and, incrementally going forward, we need to make sure that it's secure. How can, from your vantage point, we can best do that?
I think the best way to do that is to begin implementation of the work that the government has been doing up until now. The government's been consulting at length with the industry about all the ways to manage all the risks, how to make sure that cybersecurity risks are managed, how to make sure that data is appropriately safeguarded, how to make sure that firms are required to be very transparent with their customers about what data they're accessing, for what reason and why, how to make it very easy for a consumer to revoke their consent if they don't want to share their data anymore, how to allocate liability in the event something goes wrong so that consumers aren't waiting days and days and days, weeks and weeks to be made whole. All these questions have been asked and answered. They've been sent up to the minister in a giant a book, an open banking encyclopedia, it's been referred to colloquially. The way we do it is to implement all those measures, and we hope to see that in fall legislation.
Okay. Thank you for that. And within the ecosystem that exists, and we know here in Canada, in this, especially, if I can be narcissistic for 1 second, in the province of Ontario, we do have an ecosystem in my home province of, whether it's in Waterloo and in Toronto, and that ecosystem is continuing to build out. Is that not a fact? Like we continue to attract top talent within the fintech sector here in the province of Ontario and, of course, in Canada?
I think we certainly do. If that wasn't true, I don't think we would have seen the Ontario government come out very publicly in support of open banking and instant money movement.
Correct. And I know that they've also come out for financial literacy.
Yeah. So MP Sarbar, we've just gone over the time, but thank you very much. Great questions. And we've got now MP Samari, please, for the next 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings to all of the witnesses. I have questions for Mr. Vronsis from FinTech Canada, but probably my first question, however, will go to the Refugee Council. We understand that in C69, there are changes in 4 aspects without any consultation and it will impact the international reputation of Canada. And why did the government act in this way?
Jenny, we can see how each want to answer it. Merci beaucoup pour la.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, it's really concerning why these changes to the budget Budget Implementation Act without in-depth consultation, because at our organization we have knowledge and expertise and a lot of thoughts on the matter. And it's just a surprise that it was added. There was significant investment in the budget. We supported that, but the changes in the Act, what we've understood is that there are plans for regulations that are not even in the public sphere yet, and they need to make quick changes in their legislation to ensure that the regulations can pass. And that's not how these things should be done. And without seeing the regulations, it's very difficult to know what the impacts of the legislation changes will be. But what we see from our perspective is that these changes are being made too quickly. We think even that there are errors and they have not properly understood the implications of the legislative changes. There are formulations that are very rigid.
So we're seeing many of the amendments which are causing automatic guaranteed outcomes that would happen to refugee claimants, which absolutely not only jeopardize their rights and their justice, but will lead to massive backlogs counterintuitively to the process. So we're really recommending that we just put a pause on the refugee immigration law reforms, cut them from the bill, and find ways to review them separately or simply to delete the measures. Jenny, veux-tu ajouter quelque chose?
Oui, si je peux ajouter, ce n'est pas la...
Jenny, would you like to add something? Yes, it's not the first time it's happened. In 2019, for example, measures were added to the budget bill, which was for people requesting asylum at the border. And so that meant people who asked for asylum in the United States were banned from the Canadian system. This is a measure that we were very opposed to, but particularly because it was presented in the context of a budget. It was clear that it was to make the change faster, but that's not the way that it should be done. Thank you for the question. Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, there are a lot of sectors in this current bill where we're wondering. There are a lot of stakeholders who have come to say the same thing as you. Why is this in a Budget Implementation Act? And it was done without consultation and very quickly. It's very concerning. Ms. Jeans, I can't believe that they want to put refugees and asylum seekers in federal penitentiaries. Why is the government presenting this, and what can be done? Thank you. Thank you for the question. So the Immigration Act allows for administrative detention of foreign nationals and sometimes permanent residents, and there are 3 centres managed by the Canada Border Services Agency across Canada. But for a long time now, provincial prisons were also used for some individuals. Some individuals considered high risk, but some where that was not the case. And you perhaps know that while all of the provinces have already stated that they would be putting an end to this practice to allow this detention in their provincial institutions, and it is still continuing in some provinces, but it will soon end following these statements. So in reaction, the federal government wants to allow for detention in federal institutions, and they are saying the suggestion is for some high-risk individuals, but not necessarily just high risk. But for us, these are, because they are administrative detentions related not to justice, but to immigration, CBSA should be able to manage the detention itself with appropriate surveillance and control. Thank you. There's a lot of information here. So in your opinion, CBSA should be responsible for this aspect and not federal prisons. Yes, either through investments in a broader solutions-based program, either in training of a support program for mental health, for addictions. There are all sorts of measures that would be less expensive and more appropriate that could be established. Thank you. So a lot of questions about that aspect of the bill. In conclusion, you are suggesting to withdraw this entire section from the Budget Implementation Act to study it in a separate bill and in consultation with organizations like yours and specialists in the matter, and then to come back with something better drafted. Yes, that's quite right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. St. Marie.
We'll go to MP Davies for the next 6 minutes.
Thank you. To the Canadian Council for Refugees, can you confirm approximately how many people are detained in Canada under immigration law each year?
So the statistics are actually available on CBSA's website. Before COVID, it was in the range of about 8,000 people. It was much lower during COVID, and then we've seen a gradual ramping up. I don't have the latest numbers in front of you. We can send them to you, but as I say, it's on CBSA's website. At any given moment, there are usually about couple of hundred people detained, but there's quite a turnover in the numbers, with some short-term and some very long-term detentions.
And if you can give us a flavor of sort of what that population looks like, about what portion of those individuals are detained because CBSA suspects they may not appear for an immigration proceeding, or because the CBSA was not satisfied with their identity documents, versus those detained because they may pose a risk to public safety?
Again, there's quite detailed statistics on the CBSA website, so I'm just looking actually.
I can help, Jenny.
Thank you, Gary. Go ahead.
So thank you very much for the question. Over 90% of those currently in immigration detention, including those who have been held in provincial jails, are held on those reasons, for concerns that they may be missing an identity document, or there's a question about whether they will turn up for a hearing. It is less than 5% that are identified as being potentially a kind of a high security risk. And so the vast majority of those detained, including those in provincial jails, are held for those questions, identity and how to find them for a document, which is why incarceration in a place where criminals are held is a completely inappropriate institution.
Right, and I'm gonna get to that in a moment. Just to get a flavor though of the demographics, can you give us an idea of what proportion of those detained in Canada under immigration law are children, mothers with infants, or people with disabilities?
So there are very few children who've been officially detained over the past few years. We don't actually have reporting on people with disabilities or, for example, pregnant women.
Okay. Now, is there any time limit currently on immigration detention that's laid out in Canadian law?
No, Canadian law has no limit. So there is a review by the Immigration and Refugee Board on a statutory time frame after 48 hours of detention, again 7 days later, and after that every 30 days until the person is released or removed from Canada. The Canadian law has no time frame, no limit whatsoever.
Now, Immigration Minister Miller has insisted that federal prisons will only be used for a, quote, very small segment of the migrant population, which he has described as, quote, not criminals, but, quote, high-risk individuals who often have severe mental health problems. In your view, do correctional facilities have the appropriate expertise and capacity in place to act as mental health care facilities for those who are detained under immigration law?
So there's nothing stopping somebody who's detained for immigration reasons, if they're in mental health crisis, from being taken to a mental health specialized hospital, for example. They remain detained while they receive the care and treatment that they need for a mental health crisis. This happens all the time. And then once they've stabilized, if they're still legally detained, they could be brought back to a detention facility. The same thing if somebody were to be violent, destroy property, or commit any other criminal act, they could be criminally charged and dealt with in the criminal justice system. So our position is that people who are in immigration detention should be in immigration detention facilities, if at all. We recommend the use of alternatives, mental health and other treatments where needed. But you'll see in the budget that the amounts necessary to convert federal facilities to immigration stations are astronomical, and we believe that the same funds could be used to expand alternatives, to do mental health training, security training if needed. Any kind of training would be more appropriate, more humane, and far less costly than conversion of federal facilities where we really fear there will be de facto solitary confinement. Somebody may be not officially solitary confined, but de facto, because they're separated from anybody else, they are held alone. This already happens in immigration holding centers and is more likely to happen for this small number of people who would be in federal facilities.
Yeah. I put the example of the death of Abdurrahman Ibrahim Hassan, who's a refugee with a lengthy history of mental illness, who did die in a segregated cell in a Canadian Immigration Detention Center in 2015. And I noted that the jury's first recommendation was to stop the use of jails in detaining migrants. In your view, why is the federal government ignoring that recommendation?
I believe that the timing is creating, and this is why it's in a budget bill, a sense of urgency, because for example, in Ontario and Quebec, where we would see the most number of people detained in provincial jails is in Ontario, and that will no longer be possible after June of this year. So I think that that urgency is maybe causing the Minister of Public Safety to want to allow this measure. But again, we would say that these risks, if they exist, can be managed with current facilities and training and investment in other supports. And where that falls short, mental health system and the criminal justice system provide tools to manage other kinds of risk.
Thank you, MP Davies. We got to move into our second round. Sorry, we're well over time. But in this round, each party will have, and maybe you'll have an opportunity then, we'll have up to about 2 minutes is what I'm looking at the time to ask a question or two. So we're starting with MP Lawrence for 2 minutes, please.
Very much, and it's unfortunate that I only have 2 minutes. I think you all had a ton of value to bring there. I will focus my time with FinTech Canada. Like I said, great job with your testimony and valuable input from all. So I just want to build on what my colleague said. So we're seeing a world where increasingly countries around the world are adopting open banking. I think it might even be, if I'm not too far on this, the real-time rail. A majority of advanced economies have adopted a real-time rail. Canada continues to lag behind. I know in this last, of course, in the BIA, we've got a framework, but we don't have a start date for either open banking or real-time rail at this point. Is that correct? And maybe you can expand upon that.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. We don't have a launch date. One wasn't committed to. It's hard to figure out exactly why. But if you work backwards from the bill passing and then build in some time for the drafting and passing of regulations, and you make rosy assumptions about how quickly the FCAC will be able to stand up its oversight capability, we're assuming that open banking will go live no earlier than 2026. So we are still years away.
In the spring or early summer of 2024, and based on just doing the math, as it were, in your analysis, the earliest we would be starting open banking would be 2026. There, is that correct?
I think rosy but realistic assumptions, but 100% on the rosier side.
And what about for a real-time rail? When do we have a launch date for that? Or
So the Bank of Canada recently said at a big payments conference that it's disappointed with all of these delays, and I don't know why exactly they said this, but they added that don't worry, this is going to happen. If I had to speculate why they said that, I would speculate that they're responding to what a lot of the backroom chatter is turning up, which is that this system might not even launch. It's been almost 10 years and we still don't have a launch date. Is this thing going to die?
It's now to MP Thompson for a couple of minutes.
Thank you. And Ms. Scott, I'd like to speak with you on a couple of the comments earlier. And I agree. I think the expanded student loan forgiveness for physiotherapists is really important. But I want to focus on primary health care. And I hear committee and multiple committees and often in debate in the House of Commons, primary health care is seen as physician-led versus health professionals around the multidisciplinary team, right person at the right time, understanding the skills across the health sector. Could you speak, because I know that I just have a small amount of time, if you could speak to the work that your organization is doing to try to move away from that, and I'm going to call it a myth, that it's physician-led. I mean, obviously it's a very important part of the broader team, but it really is around multidisciplinary care and how the expanded student loan forgiveness will assist in help physiotherapists move to more rural areas so we do have truly comprehensive health care in all regions of the country.
Thank you for that question. In preparing for Canada Student Loan Forgiveness Program, we heard from our partners like the Canadian Nurses Association and the Canadian Orthopedic Association who supported that team-based care approach in terms of ensuring that the right provider can provide care at the right time. And we're very proud of the work of the team-based primary care initiative that has funded physiotherapy funding for team-based primary care research. In terms of the benefits of primary care, it's ensuring that Canadians, should they experience an MSK issue, can see a physiotherapist rather than another provider. So this is extremely beneficial to Canadians, ensuring that teams have the right provider on them. And the Canadian Nurses Association supported the student loan forgiveness ask because of the multidimensional skill expertise that physiotherapists provide. The Canadian Orthopedic Association also supported that approach in terms of optimal patient care for recovery and prehab care because of the team-based approach. So we're very pleased about the expansion of the Canada Student Loan Forgiveness Program. This month, it's also National Physiotherapy Month, and we're focused on scope of practice and optimizing that skill set across Canada. And we've been meeting with MPs from all over to talk about why physios, for instance, should be able to order an X-ray or diagnostics or provide, with the right training, pelvic care. So this, for us, ensures that Canadians have high-quality care utilizing a team-based approach.
Thank you, and thank you, MP Thompson, and congratulations on Physiotherapy Month. So now we will go to MP Samari for a couple of minutes.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully agree with your last comment. For Mr. Vronsis, I fully agree with you. The government must urgently regulate the open banking sector, as you said. You have been asking for it since 2016. The government responded in 2018 with its intention to move forward. Since this time, it has been pushed back again and again. And in the earlier panel, there was the FCAC, which told us that the government told it the night before the budget was tabled that it would be the organization responsible for the framework. Do you think that it seems like improvisation at this point?
I don't want to speculate about how organized or disorganized it might be behind the scenes because I don't have a special insight into how the different political offices work. I know that we as an association have been talking to the government for some time, for example, about whether the FCAC would be a good body. For the record, the FCAC is a body that we as FinTechs Canada endorsed and advised the government to pick in January. So I do think thought and consideration was given as to which Canadian regulator would be best, and we at FinTechs Canada are happy with the choice.
Oh, je trouve ça vraiment discutable.
Well, I think that that's debatable because they said that they don't have the expertise. They need to get to look at this. This is an association that was in education on consumer best practices, but we may disagree on that. All of the financial institutions under provincial jurisdiction, like co-ops and credit unions, with the framework as presented, will have to ask the province to be removed from the Provincial Consumer Protection Act to move under federal jurisdiction. And there's no word on cooperation with the various jurisdictions. Do you think that's responsible? Thank you.
So I don't know what exactly the state of the conversation is between, say the Department of Finance and the provincial regulators, but what I do know is that this framework is being designed in such a way to respect the authority of the provinces. There are many ways that is being done. For example, it's an opt-in framework. We have provincially regulated entities in our membership, and in our conversations with them, they don't think this will create any problems. So provincially regulated entities can always decide not to participate if they don't want to. But for many provincially regulated entities, the requirements they meet under provincial oversight are already quite high. And I don't think will be superseded or made more onerous by Canada's open banking framework. I think there could be an opportunity to recognize some equivalency so that certain provincially regulated institutions don't need to jump through a bunch of new hoops because they've effectively already jumped through them.
Le cadre tel que présenté ne le permet pas.
The framework as presented does not allow that. Thank you, Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Final questioner, we've got MP Davies for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Srinivasan, I just would like to pick up where we left off, and I would invite you to complete your thoughts.
Thanks very much for the opportunity. I just wanted to add further to what Jenny Jeans was saying, because your question was about, are the facilities going to be available in federal correctional institutions to support mental health supports? And the truth is there are no guarantees of that. Our questions to the Immigration Refugee Department was very much to say, where have you been scoping where such potential zones could be created in federal corrections? We haven't done the map yet. We don't know. Have you determined to what extent mental health services will be available? We would have to figure that out. So it's a high-risk scenario where it's unclear where in the country they would be creating such immigration detentions. But we can imagine, since they're identifying it for a small number, and the level of criteria that they feel they have to meet are high, that they could be very physically dispersed. And so this could mean the people that are placed in federal prisons for immigration detention could end up being far from communities, far from the services, far from their care providers. And so to us, the risk of the access to mental health services is very high. And the other point that I wanted to identify when you spoke to the question of why are they doing it now? What is the timing? I guess for us, the main point here is that it is in fact outrageous that they are doing it. We have 10 provinces across the political spectrum, conservative provincial governments, liberal provincial governments, and also here in Quebec, in Quebec, I work usually in Montreal, saying this is absolutely not on anymore. There has been a groundswell of public outcry. So we have public direction and political direction in the country moving very specifically against putting people in administrative detention in prison. And the federal government is choosing now is the time they're going to put it. We know federal prisons are much more, these are the places where people who have convictions of higher than 2 years. So it's much more serious to be placed in a federal prison. And in terms of Canada's reputation, we just had the UN detention experts visiting Canada. They were appalled that this was happening. And so it is just a radical departure. The why are they doing it now is really more a question of it makes no sense that they do it. The provincial contracts are ending in a matter of days. So we know, even BIA aside, we won't have the ability. So there's obviously already a plan in place for how to manage the less than 30 people who are left in provincial jails. There is capacity in immigration holding centers. There is no reason to radically shift Canada's paradigm, which is clearly across the spectrum and across the country opposed to putting people in administrative detention in federal prisons. And so it just must be summarily rejected, especially in the context of slipping it into a Budget Implementation Act.
Thank you, MP Davies.
Thank you.
And we want to thank our excellent witnesses. Thank you for coming before Finance Committee on C69, and we appreciate your testimony. I wish you the best with the rest of your day. Okay, thank you. Members, we are now suspended as we transition to our next panel. final panel for today. This is our fourth panel today, but our eighth panel altogether of witnesses that we've had. And we've got with us today the BGC East Scarborough, Ucha Sawyers, who's the Chief Executive Officer. Welcome. From the Financial Data Technology Association of North America, its Executive Director, Stephen Booms, is with us. And from the Public Service Alliance of Canada, we have the Director of Negotiations and Programs Branch, Liam McCarthy, is with us, as well as President of Customs and Immigration, Mark Weber. Welcome. And Miss Michelle Garash, and I apologize, I don't have your title, Ms. Garash, but if you're welcome to let the members know what title you do have with the PSAC. And on that, we are going to hear first from the PGC East Scarborough for up to 5 minutes, please.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for providing us with this opportunity to share a bit of what's happening for us and the potential, as the example of the potential of how investing in a club like ours or organization like ours can, replicate across the country. For us, this is a very historic moment. For BGC Scarborough, I share a bit about who we are and what we do. BGC Scarborough is a children and youth organization that focuses on supporting children and youth with their development needs from cradle to career. One of the key programs and essential embeds in our fabric is our food programs. We provide student nutrition programs from morning and breakfast programs to catering all of our daytime meal programs for licensed childcare, early on services. Our youth programs, in fact, we are mandated to have food as a part of every program that we offer to the broader community, and we're serving over 6,500 children and youth monthly. We also service the community in terms of community food programs that go out to those who are vulnerable and isolated and in need. So for us, food definitely is a central point of how we show up to the table in terms of servicing community. And with the this historic moment in Canada with this investment, we'll join other G7 countries in terms of industrial countries around the world in establishing a national food program. We've been a part of the Coalition for Student Nutrition, Healthy School Food, actually the Coalition for Healthy School Food for many years now. And as a collaborative, we've been working, diligently on sharing our data and just the impacts of these supports with the broader collective that is represented, that has representation across Canada. This investment is an excellent social and economic policy that will support children and youth in schools across the country to be well nourished, ready to learn, and to have equal opportunity to succeed. It'll also help families by reducing grocery bills and will support women and parents, farmers and food systems, jobs and economic growth and communities across the country. As stated by, we sent in, data from the World Food Program meeting earlier this year in Paris that said, that all evidence shows that school meal programs, along with other social protection initiatives, are one of the smartest long-term investments any government can make. And we see that in terms of the long term. We follow children from, as I said, cradle all the way to career often. And we see firsthand just the impacts of being able not to just provide food, but also provide, nutrient dense, access to quality food, and also food literacy as part of the ongoing journey. In Ontario, today, a major announcement was made about, financial literacy in schools. We strongly believe that through student nutrition programming, that food literacy through schools will also help us to curb a lot of the social determinant impacts or negative impacts in the long-term lives of children and youth across the country, and we see it firsthand in East Scarborough. Um, BGC Scarborough looks forward to working in collaboration with all levels of government. We currently are provincially funded. We received just under 10,000 to serve, that large quantity of children and youth each year. And that works out to about 25 cents. So 25 cents per snack, $1, $1.10 per meal. So you can see how, for us as a nonprofit charitable organization, this layered on investment will really help us shore up and have a sustainable way of providing these programs. Right now, we are dependent on gleaning from other revenue sources, and with the economy and just all of what we're facing in terms of, global economic impacts coming out of COVID and now getting out of, or transitioning through, a more, a time of austerities, we are so excited and very much in support of having this the student nutrition collaboration across the country to layer on supports for clubs like ours, schools, community spaces that are providing alternative meal programs. And as a part of the coalition, we definitely look forward to, being consulted and supporting as this particular investment is being rolled out across the country.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Sawyers, and I'm sure the members will have many questions for you. Now we're going to Financial Data and Technology Association of North America and Mr. Stephen Bohms. And Mr. Bohms, I do understand that there may be some challenges with your headset or with the sound, but we're going to do the best that we can.
Thank you very much, and hopefully you can hear me clearly. I appreciate the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the Financial Data and Technology Association of North America, or FDATA. We are the leading trade association advocating for consumer permissioned access to financial data in both Canada and the US. Our members today collectively provide millions of Canadian consumers and SMEs with access to vital financial services, products, and tools. We enable Canadian consumers, for example, to access more competitive
Mr.
banking
Bohms,
services.
I'm going to have to interrupt. The sound quality is insufficient for our interpreters to be able to do their job. So we are not going to be able to hear your remarks unless that can be fixed. So I'm not sure if our technicians can work with Mr. Bohms. Sure, and so we will move now to the Public Service Alliance of Canada. And I believe it's your president, President Weber. You'll be delivering remarks? Yes, okay. So for 5 minutes, please.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address the Finance Committee today. My name is Mark Weber. I appear before you today as a member of the National Board of Directors of the Public Service Alliance of Canada, which represents 245,000 members, most of whom are federal public service employees. Many also work in post-secondary institutions, territorial governments, nonprofits, Indigenous organizations, and even some private employers. I am also the national president of the Customs and Immigration Union, a component of the PSAC, which represents over 12,000 employees of the Canada Border Services Agency, which includes 9,000 members of the Border Services Group who have now been without a contract for 2 years. On the positive side, Budget 2024 provided significant funding for post-secondary students, workers, and institutions, especially in remote locations. This is good news for our members in that sector, and we do congratulate the government on these announcements. We suggest that the list of eligible professions include occupational therapists, and if not already included in the definition of nurse, please include registered practical nurses, RPNs, licensed practical nurses, LPNs, and registered nurses. Ideally, distribution of these funds would happen no later than 30 days after the Act receives royal assent. Bill C-69 also provides language that clarifies in the Canada Labour Code that employers are responsible for properly identifying employees as such, instead of skirting responsibilities by claiming that they are contractors. This is also a welcome and long overdue change for Canadian workers. We are also pleased to see language around an employee's right to disconnect during non-work hours. Unfortunately, this section makes some of the same mistakes that the Ontario government has made in their changes to the Ontario Employment Standards Act, and should include minimum standards that apply to all workers and employers, along with meaningful penalties for breaches of these standards. While the elements mentioned above are certainly positive, we are concerned that the budget and the bill leave out some important aspects. There is no money for Phoenix damages or increased funding to hire and retain more staff to deal with the nearly 500,000 Phoenix cases still in the backlog currently. There is no money to increase capacity at the Pay Equity Commission, which is sorely behind. Even more concerning are two issues that are included in C-69. Firstly, changes are made to the Public Service Pension Investment Board Act. We understand from different sources that these are housekeeping changes made so that the Treasury Board can move money to and from members' plans in the case of a non-permitted surplus, or possibly in the case of increased draws from the plan or reduced revenues. The federal government would do well to remember that any surplus that may be realized will have been built on employee contributions. Before any move is made to use that surplus for government spending, it is essential that members be consulted and that inequities be rectified. One such inequity is the differential treatment for public safety occupations. The PSAC has long called on the federal government to provide border officers, federal defense firefighters, and fisheries officers with pension provisions equivalent to their peers in public safety divisions of other departments and governments. Right now, CBSA officers, federal firefighters, and fisheries officers must work at least 5 years longer than their peers, leaving them at increased risk for occupational diseases and injuries, and making recruitment and retention increasingly difficult as well. The fact that the federal government continues to refuse to implement the simple legislative changes that would correct this inequity is deeply insulting to our members. Budget 2024 is a chance for the government to change this. We also have questions around proposed changes to the Corrections Act in order to permit the housing of immigration detainees in federal correctional facilities. As bargaining agent for CBSA, correctional services, and immigration workers, PSAC must be consulted on any changes to these job classifications, locations of work, and responsibilities. Who will provide what service to detainees under this new framework? How will jobs interact and overlap? And will the government confirm that services will not be contracted out? Public safety duties should never be offloaded to the lowest bidder, and private security companies have no role to play in these or any public institutions if we wish to ensure the integrity of sensitive public safety processes. I thank the committee and I look forward to your questions.
Mr. Weber, for those opening remarks. And now I'm sure the members have many questions. We are going to move into our first round, which is 6 minutes of questioning by each party. We're starting with MP Lawrence for the first 6 minutes.
Yeah, and I understand that Mr. Baums isn't able to participate. I was just wondering if I could just ask him a couple of questions, and maybe he could respond in writing to the committee, if that would be acceptable to the chair. Okay. So I apologize, Mr. Baums, for your inability to participate. But if you could write to the committee with respect to the following two questions. Are your members satisfied with the progress with respect to real-time rail and open banking? And just you could expand upon that would help us in our deliberations. And so that's it, Mr. Baums. If you could write to the committee, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much, sir. I'll be splitting some of my time with Mr. Morantz, but just a couple of questions for you, Mr. Weber. In the budget of 2024, the government proposed to reduce the size of the public service by 5,000 full-time equivalents. and reducing it from 368,000 down by 5,000. And I just want to get your comment on that, if I could.
Concerning. Oh, the mic's not on. There we go. It is concerning. We're not sure exactly where these cuts are going to come from. I could say right now, the component that I'm a president of, the CBS, the Customs Immigration Union at the CBSA, we're short between 2,000 and 3,000 officers just to keep our borders running. To give you an idea of how bad the shortfall in staff is. I don't think our situation is unique either. To think of where those cuts are going to come from is extremely concerning.
Thank you. And in the context of the government's plans to reduce the public service, they're still spending, depending on the number you use, anywhere from $15 to $20 billion on consultants. Do you believe that your members would be capable of fulfilling some, if not all, of that work of the consultants?
Absolutely, we do. There's no need for that kind of money to be spent on consultants. As with our employer, with the CBSA, we saw what happened with ArriveCan and everything surrounding that. That was a monumental waste of money that was absolutely unneeded. Our members could have done that work.
You kind of stole my thunder there, so I was going to ask about ArriveCan, but perhaps I'll just allow you to sort of repeat, I think, some of the things that your team has put on the record with respect to your ability to accomplish not just ArriveCan, that's to get headlines and clips and stuff like that, but I'm more interested because there's going to be a lot of digitalization, there's going to be a lot of IT work that's going to be needed to be done, irrespective of any government for the next 10 years. I just want to hear from you about the confidence you have in your members to get that work done.
Yeah, complete confidence in our members to get it done. When ArriveCan happened, none of the members or none of the people who actually work at the border were consulted on what was needed for an application to work at the border. That's not uncommon at the CBSA. We are generally not consulted on anything. The people who run the CBSA are almost universally not people who've ever worked at a border as well. So it was, I mean, ill-advised money that didn't need to be spent, work that members could have done. It's outsourcing that's unneeded, and I don't think, again, the situation is different with any of the components of the PSAC.
Thank you for your excellent testimony. I'll pass the floor now to my colleague, Mr. Moraines.
Thank you. You touched on, Mr. Weber, in your opening comments, the disaster around the Phoenix pay system. Do you have a sense of what the global damages are to the public service because of the debacle of the Phoenix pay system, and in a dollar amount? Well, how much does the federal government actually owe in outstanding pay to public servants?
Well, I do know that there's about 400,000 cases that are still unresolved. That work is still ongoing with very few resources to see those cases be resolved. Dollar figures I don't have exactly. I could tell you the mental health toll, the anxiety, the years that members have been suffering just to try to get paid for the work that they do is absolutely extreme. Michelle, perhaps you would have more on that?
No, I don't have the numbers, but we can get back to the committee in writing if you would wish.
I would really appreciate if you could provide a number. And just if you could tell, is it still going on?
Phoenix
Are people
is
still not getting paid appropriately?
Yeah. They're 8 years in. There has yet to be a pay period that has not had mistakes. As Mr. Weber said, there are over 400,000 cases yet to be resolved, and it keeps happening. It continues. So.
Thank you. How much time do we have left, Mr. Chair?
We've got 1 minute.
1 minute. In that time, I think I'll just turn to Ms. Sawyer for a second. Ms. Sawyer, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just, I was wondering if you could just describe some of the programs that your organization, the valuable programming that your organization provides to children and youth.
Definitely. So we, as I mentioned before, we provide programs from cradle to career. So that's infant care all the way up to youth outreach, youth academic bridging, youth employment programs. We operate two main sites, or a main site and a hub site. We provide services in 26 other satellite sites, and they range from, as I mentioned, licensed childcare, early years learning. We also have early children and teen or early teen recreational programs. We run Circle of Friends, which is the autism recreation program for two groups of children, those who are, early stage or early years. And then we've now developed a tween program for children who identify on the spectrum and are in need of interaction and recreation support. We also run criminal justice support for youth who are navigating the criminal justice system. One of the things that we're newly embarking on is affordable housing for young Black youth in our community who are, the common denominator in terms of being underserved and underrepresented in the housing landscape in East Scarborough. So that's,
Thank you so much, Ms.
just a
Sawyer. And I
snapshot. You're
apologize for the interruption. The chair is telling me I've run out of time, but that was very
well,
interesting.
I was just enlightened and delighted to hear about all the programs that Ms. Sawyer delivers. Oh my goodness, I don't know when you guys have time to sleep. I'll let you do. But we are now moving to PS Turnbull for the next 6 minutes, and members just want you to know that Mr. Bohms, I think now his new computer or whatever may be working with the sound, so we may be able to go to him for questions. PS Turnbull.
Ms. Sawyer, it's great to have you here. Great to have all the witnesses here, but I'll direct most of my questions towards you. I was very happy to be with you in East Scarborough when the Prime Minister made the announcement of the National School Food Program. I know how much work you've done as one of the Coalition for Healthy School Food members. Could you speak a little bit about your advocacy and the members of that coalition's advocacy and how long it's been going on for, and just how much effort that group, those members, I think there's about 300 members, if I'm not mistaken, across Canada, that have been advocating for a national school food program for quite some time. Could you give us a bit of detail on that?
Most definitely. The coalition has been around, I believe, going back over 25 years in some way or form, looking at food systems, specifically as they relate to school food programs. The model and the operation or the movement is, like you said, 300 members, and it's nationwide. And we work in synergy with each other to share models and different strategies for us to make sure and ensure that we are able to at least impact to some degree on the local level our student nutrition programs in our various community spaces. So that would be schools, that would be community centers, that would be, clubhouses like ours, and other spaces and programs and national movements that are focused on healthy foods, healthy access for children and youth to nutrient-dense food. And that's working with a broad spectrum. So anyone from, those who are leading food programs in schools as volunteers to those of us who are in, nonprofit executive roles, those of us who are in academic institution doing research, and galvanizing all of that content and research and that information together to create synergies and strategies that work at the local level. Because one of the things that we've definitely been able to lead through the coalition is the reality that there's not a cookie cutter solution in every community, and it's each community has the right to self-determine what their food system looks like in terms of access for children and youth. And, we've pioneered, programs that are culturally appropriate, that consider cultural custom, that, and spread, that content across Canada. And I think a coalition like this helps us to quickly move, the most current and most successful models of student nutrition programs across Canada in a strategic and harmonious way.
Thank you for that. And I would note that one of the most prominent, I think, voices in Canada, Food Secure Canada, is the organization that houses the Coalition for Healthy School Food. Food security comes up quite often in our conversations in Parliament these days. In fact, Conservative politicians are regularly citing food bank lineups and the increased number, and I think we can all agree that seeing more Canadians turning to food banks is a troubling sign. But let me just ask you, as someone who does this work on the ground in community through an organization that I know does great work, is this program addressing food insecurity at the household level, from your perspective?
Well, we've learned firsthand that whatever the children and youth, whatever they impact in terms of access, so that we're focusing in this regard on food access permeates the home, right? Like when we shifted away from just serving any food to being very intentional with our food charter, and focusing on nutrient dense food and understanding food literacy, we saw that the parents were coming back and being impacted and wanting to learn more about what we were offering and how they can offer that at home. So in that regard, yes, it does impact, have that significant impact. We still have a ways to go with looking at the economic impact and how we can shift that. But again, the investment it can grow, any investment to layer on it to what we're doing now is definitely a step in the right direction.
Great. And just to be clear, there's some politicians that have said really absurd things like, there's no food in school food programs. I've heard them say that. You're actually feeding children, right? Like real food?
So we are. Yep, definitely we are. We have a chef culinary team on site that actually goes through a holistic food guide, looking at how we can make sure that the food is not just filling the hunger spaces, but it's also uplifting and nourishing that child for an optimal future. So when the premier was at our site, he was there cutting up fresh vegetables and fruits and all of these great, snacks that, again, have an impact that we know that when a child is well fed, they're ready to learn, they're ready to, be a part of, civic society. And, it's important for us to make sure, we are providing, healthy food, not just, ordering, something or taking whatever's donated and so on and so forth. We're making sure that we even set a standard with how we glean food, from community to make sure that children are eating.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you, P.S. Turnbull. And now we'll go to MP Saint-Marie, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Weber. But please allow me to say to Madame Sawyers, you're doing excellent work. It's very important. With few resources. So hats off to you and to your team. It's so important what you're doing. My question is for Mr. Weber. Thank you for joining us and for giving your speech. You raised a number of issues. First of all, how would you describe the relationship between the government and the alliance? Namely, when the government makes decisions affecting your members, does it consult the PSAC sufficiently?
Very little consultation that does take place. Consultation, I know for many employers and at the CBSA specifically, is quite often telling us what they're going to do the day before. Major decisions like ArriveCan, no consultation, no participation whatsoever. So very concerning. I mean, if you want to run an operation properly, you ask the people who actually work it, in my opinion.
C'est mon opinion aussi. C'est assez.
That's also my opinion. It's quite surprising that it wasn't done. You already responded to the question somewhat, but if you could continue to explain and illustrate with other examples, how does the government's efficiency increase when it consults the PSAC more?
I could tell you right now, not having been with the contract for 2 years and being at the negotiating table, sitting across from our employer, the answer to absolutely everything has been simply no. It's been so abysmal, we've not even been given a wage offer to give you an idea of the level of disrespect. So here we are with mediation coming up on Monday on the verge of a strike, and our employer has refused to really talk to us about anything whatsoever. Our members work incredibly difficult jobs. They are horribly understaffed. 3,000 is a fairly conservative estimate of how many more we need. We have ports of entry that 5 years ago had 20 people working at them that are down to 5 or 6. They work almost unlimited overtime. We make up 3% of the federal public service at the CBSA. We account for 20% of the overtime budget. To give you an idea of the hours that they are working to keep our borders running, they do it with pride. They do not want to go on strike. We just want to be negotiating with someone who actually speaks to us, understands the issues, and our issues and our demands at the bargaining table are parity with the rest of law enforcement, being able to retire after 25 years like all the rest of law enforcement. The CBSA wonders why they have such staffing issues in terms of recruitment and retention. The tagline seems to be, come to the CBSA, we will pay you less and you have to work longer. That's not a great way to keep or attract people.
Oui, c'est vraiment navrant.
Yes, it's really striking. You just repeated 2 years without a work contract. What explains the government's decision to let things drag on, and what message does it send about the federal government's respect for the rights of workers?
Absolutely inexplicable, and it really shows a severe lack of respect for the people who do the work. Our strike mandate was 96% in favor with a 70% participation rate. That's about as high and as strong as anyone has ever seen. Our members are so disappointed. If you had a situation where everyone in this room had a benefit except one person, and that one person asked for it year after year for decades and was refused even proper consultation or discussion over it, I think we would all agree that that person would be understandably furious, and that is the situation we are in, specifically with the 25 and out. Salary is an issue too, though. We're the second largest law enforcement force in Canada. We enforce more legislation than any other police agency. We're armed, same use of force requirements. Yet, we're always told that in terms of pay and benefits, we are somewhat less. It's an unacceptable situation. It has to change.
Oui, tout à fait.
Yes, thank you. We understand the lack of respect about the public sector and for the work sector that you represent, and that's upsetting. What is the impact of letting things drag on like this and to not respect the public service? And how does that affect the broader Canadian population?
I think the public can see it. We garnered tremendous support back when we went on strike in 2021. I think everything that's come out, we discussed how ArriveCAN became a public issue and other things we see happening at the federal public service, Phoenix, Canada Life. It's one thing after the next where the consultation is poor to none. The decision to arbitrarily send people back to work 3 days a week when we had a telework agreement that ensured individual consultation and committees that would look into these things. It's one thing after the next that demonstrates that lack of respect, and I think the Canadian public can really see it. And now, for us specifically at the CBSA, we might be on strike in a week. Obviously, that could greatly affect the public when they cross the border. It's the last thing we want. It was absolutely 100% unavoidable. Again, our bargaining demands are not pie in the sky. It's just about getting what everyone else has. It's really, really disappointing to see us be in this situation now.
Merci, and merci, MP Saint-Marie.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Saint-Marie.
We'll welcome and go to MP Green to our committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's certainly a pleasure to be back, and it's great to be here, particularly on a day where we have the opportunity to talk a little bit about our public service, our incredible public service. I want to begin, Mr. Weber, by congratulating PSAC on a successful convention, new president, new executive, and yet the fight continues. And so I want to pick up on your last round of questioning as it related to, in early May, PSAC sent a joint letter with 15 federal public service unions to the president of the Treasury Board, Anita Anand, to express your outrage with the federal government's decision to impose an in-office mandate. The updated policy requires all federal public service workers in the core public administration and in separate agencies to work on site a minimum 3 days a week. Can you confirm if PSAC was consulted by the federal government prior to the announcement of this in-office mandate?
I can confirm that we were absolutely not consulted before this came out. We were actually told that it was not going to happen.
And you'd mentioned, I think I heard you say that this was part of a telework agreement. So this was in fact, indeed, part of your collective agreement?
Correct. There was a letter of understanding that there would be there would be consultation, there would be joint consultation committees, and the telework agreements would be done on a case-by-case basis per employee, which is really the opposite of what happened. It was an arbitrary mandate for everyone to go back 3 days a week.
Yeah. And in your view, does this imposition of the mandate violate the spirit and intent of the signed letters of agreement between the federal government and PSAC from your recent rounds of collective bargaining?
I believe it absolutely does, and the situation we're in at CIU with potentially being on strike in a week is as mediation happens next week and negotiations go on, we're going to be demanding that things be enshrined in our collective agreement because apparently a letter of understanding doesn't have much value.
In your view, how will the imposition of this mandate impact the workforce productivity and well-being and work-life balance of your members?
It's been devastating for work-life balance. It's done nothing for productivity. Actually, the Government of Canada during COVID was very proud to announce how productivity had gone up during COVID when people were at home working full-time. You could say it was really the one positive that came out of COVID was to prove that, yes, you could do your work full-time from home and productivity actually increased. Now that we see the announcement that offices are going to be retrofitted into affordable housing, that combined with telling employees that they arbitrarily have to come back to work 3 days a week really doesn't make any sense where government says that they're trying to save money.
It's a pretty significant contradiction to talk about disposing of your properties, your real estate assets, and then simultaneously calling people back to work. Would you not agree?
It is somewhat inexplicable. I don't have a good explanation for it. I don't see the need for it. I don't see why you need to change people's work-life balance, an arrangement that they've been working for years very productively for no reason that we can see.
And 15% of their property holdings, like this could end us up in a situation where we end up leasing back in perpetuity commercial properties and office settings that we otherwise would have owned, which it seems nonsensical to me. So in your view, and I think you spoke a little bit about the pay in terms of retention and recruitment, how does the back to work impact the policy for the back to work policy impact their ability for recruitment and retention?
Oh, I think it'll significantly impact it. Again, this is something that is becoming more common in other industries and in the private sector. The world has changed. How we do work has changed. We have people going into work in some cases full-time, but at least 3 days a week to spend their whole day on Zoom calls. For example, for us hearings officers, all hearings now are done by Zoom. Those could absolutely be done from home. There's really no reason for the government to be spending all that money to retrofit properties to force people to come in to do that.
And yet, have they given any kind of indication to PSAC how it plans to reconcile reducing their office portfolio by 50% with the apparent contradiction between the mandating employees back to the office?
Yeah, no, again, there's been no consultation whatsoever.
Any response to your letter? Did they even give you the courtesy of a response from the Treasury Board to the PSAC on this particular topic?
To my knowledge, I'm not sure. Liam, would you know? I don't think so. No, I don't think we've gotten a response yet. No.
So to this day, not a response. Look, I'm a proud New Democrat. I'm the labor critic as well, and I'm here virtually via Zoom. We have other members from all parties who participate via Zoom. Parliament seems to continue to work, and I would agree that there are increases in productivity to be had. But this kind of complete contradiction, I'm not sure whether I could attribute it to malice or incompetence, quite frankly, administratively. I'll go on the record and say that my words, not yours. What do you think is going to be the future in terms of forcing people back in this way without any inclusion and consultation with the unions?
Oh, I think it absolutely has to change. You have to ask the people doing the work how best to do the work. You have to make those telework arrangements on an individual basis with every employee. And we understand fully that there are jobs that you cannot do remotely. You cannot be a border services officer working at a port of entry from home, clearly, right? But if you are able to do that work from home and you've shown over many years that you can do it effectively, even be more productive, there's absolutely no reason not to enjoy that benefit.
I would tend to agree. Thank you.
Green. And so members, we're going to our second round. We have very limited time. It'll be 2 minutes to each party to ask your final couple of questions. We're starting with MP Morantz for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bombs, I think you're back with us. Do I have that right?
I certainly hope so.
Okay, good, good. In the short time we have, Canada is suffering from a productivity crisis, according to our own senior deputy governor of the Bank of Canada. She warned about that in a speech a couple months ago and said that, in case of emergency, break glass. So it's a very serious situation. And Canada is lagging behind on the implementation of open banking and real-time rail. I'm wondering if we could, in the short time we have, lay out the benefits of those policies, the impact on consumers, and the negative effects of Canada not having those policies in place vis-a-vis our peer nations.
Happy to. Thank you for the question. There are several. I'll just highlight a few. Number one, access to affordable credit and capital. We saw this in many other jurisdictions during the COVID pandemic, where the smallest small businesses were able to use non-banks to access credit faster and more efficiently than through larger banks. Canada is the only country in the G7 that did not facilitate that type of access because there wasn't open banking to use to facilitate it. For consumers, more competition. The more players there are that exist in the financial sector, the lower the fees, the better the service, the better the opportunity to find the solution that's right for you. For new Canadians, for example, who might not have a traditional credit history, using their transaction data to demonstrate that they actually are, in fact, creditworthy can enable them to achieve affordable credit in ways that can help them be more productive members of society, to make purchases, to buy a car, to get a mortgage. There are many. Those are just a few that I would highlight.
Thank you very much. That's excellent.
Okay. Thank you, MP Morantz. And now we'll go to MP Sorbara, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. First, to the Public Service Alliance, I want to get on the record a big thank you, a big merci to all your members for what they do on a daily basis for Canadians, whether it's the CBSA officer at an airport or at a border crossing, and all the various roles that Public Service Alliance members perform every day for Canadians. I really wanted just to say thank you very much on that. I do want to ask a question on food banks to the individual Uticha, if I pronounced that correctly. If I didn't, you're going to have to give me a lesson. I apologize, Ms. Sowers. I just really want to get on the record the fact that if you look at the programs we put in place, and I'll turn over to you for the last 30 seconds. The Canada Child Benefit going up to $7,800 a year for those children under 6, depending on, obviously, it's a means-tested program. The National Early Learning Daycare Program, where in Ontario will be $10 on average by the September of 2025. And now a national food program. When you're putting these transformational pillars together, they come together and, as I would say, put together a great foundation for children in Canada. And Ms. Sowers, how important is this national food program for children that really need it?
So it's Ucha Sawyers, and it's critical. I think the reality is a child that is malnourished, and this is what we're facing in a lot of communities. Not just children that are hungry, we're facing children that are malnourished because their parents are having to choose between paying the rent, paying utilities, and buying quality food, or even buying food. Period. Often going to food banks that don't have the diversity for healthy, nutrient-dense, balanced diet. And so a step, I would say, rather than a foundation, it is a step in the right direction in terms of providing an additional layer of support. But the reality is the families that are most critical need experiencing extreme financial poverty, behind in the rent 4 to 6 months. Some of them you have dual parents that are laid off, some that don't, have, access to any additional financial resources than those that they're being received through, OW, family plan, all these, the benefits that you mentioned. On top of that, the cost of living, especially in Toronto, has, it's astronomical. Right. So quite often food is the first thing to go, or the first thing to be whittled down in terms of access, in terms of, list of priority. And then unfortunately, it's the most critical thing that children and youth need in order to live healthy, thriving lives.
MP Sorbara, that's the time.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to MP Samari for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, for Mr. Weber, I'd like to add to a comment that we just heard. There's no contract negotiating with you. You're not consulted. You're not paid properly, and the Phoenix system hasn't been fixed. You're being imposed with a health insurance plan that has a lot of problems. But thank you very much for what you're doing. What great respect. I would like to come back to an issue that you mentioned during your presentation concerning specialized sectors like firefighters. Can you explain the trades that you mentioned? Can you just explain the issues that you're experiencing currently in the negotiations for these types of trades? And once again, thank you very much, and I'm in full solidarity with you.
The 25 and out retirement benefits, the ability to retire after 25 years without penalty. Along with CIU members and CBSA officers, I included federal firefighters and fisheries officers are in the same situation, unfortunately. So we as a group all have to work longer than pretty much all other public safety or law enforcement personnel.
Bon, c'est très clair, donc souhaitons que ce soit.
That's very clear, so let's hope that that will be fixed in a timely fashion. For Canada Life Insurance, have you seen an improvement? I know it's been a few months that it has been in place now, or is it still a failure? In our MP's offices, we continue to hear about both Phoenix and Canada Life.
I think Liam would be in the best position to answer that.
Yeah. The issue with Canada Life at this point is that while the cases have been going down, there was the major issue was that there was a 6-month allowance for Canada Life to perform substandard upon the transfer over to Canada Life. So that is the major issue that we're still dealing with, that there should not have been worked into the transfer contract an allowance of lower rates. So our members faced issues like, being on hold for very long periods of times and having to try and get through and not being able to get their claims processed. So while the claims are improving, there was a significant period of time where people were being basically effectively denied their extended health benefits in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Merci.
Samari, merci. And now to MP Green. And MP Green, you'll have 2 minutes, and these will be the final questions for this panel.
Thank you very much. There's certainly been a lot of discussion in the House around the government's gross use of consultants in the billions of dollars. And yet in Budget 2024, the federal government has announced plans to decrease the public service by 5,000 full-time equivalents. Has the federal government consulted with PSAC on how these job cuts will impact specific departments and agencies? Mr. Weber.
Thank you. Not in any specific way, no. Just we've seen the overall numbers that you have seen. Yeah.
In your view, does that make sense? Does it make sense that they can cut the public service full-time equivalents and regain control from this consultant class, the shadow government of consultants, McKinsey's, Deloitte's, and others that they've created to the tune of like $15 billion.
I think any reduction in private consultants is positive in terms of where the cuts are made. Again, you need to consult with the people who actually do the work to know where to make those cuts. I could tell you at our borders, if it is the upper management echelon at the CBSA who are deciding where to make those cuts, they would have absolutely no idea whatsoever.
Could you outline how these job cuts will impact the service delivery for Canadians?
I mean, it could be severe. Again, it's difficult to say, not knowing how many positions, where, and what's going to be cut. As a rule, again, my experiences with the CBSA, upper management and middle management continues to grow and bloat, while the people who work the front line and service Canadians numbers continue to shrink. So it's very worrisome to think about where they're probably aiming those cuts at.
And I can imagine, I mean, look, I've managed people before. When you have those types of cuts, it often leaves the gapping where you have 2 or 3 positions on the shoulders of one worker. Could you outline how these job cuts might potentially impact PSAC members?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, many of our members, not just the CBSA, but across all the federal public service are doing double, triple duty. Many places are scrambling, very overstaffed, trying to service Canadians and get work done in the manner that Canadians deserve. Again, I'll take great pride in the work that they do under difficult circumstances. With the lack of resources, the idea of cuts is frightening.
Last question.
MP Green. Yeah, we're at the...
It says I have 15 seconds, bro. I time myself.
Well, it's 2:25 right now, but go ahead.
You got a liberal timer, man. Come on now. In your view, does the imposition of this mandate comply with the federal government's legal obligation under Division 3 of the Federal Public Sector's Labor Relations Act as it relates to consultations?
Sorry, I wasn't able to hear the question.
Does the imposition of the back-to-work mandate as well as the cuts violate the legal obligation under Division 3 of the Canada Public Sector Labor Relations Act, which is about consultations?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, MP Green, and we want to thank our excellent witnesses. Thank you for coming before Finance Committee on C-69, and we wish you the best with the rest of your day. Members, we are adjourned.